What if the damned aren't where you think they are? What if the fires of hell are merely the whispers of an ancient myth, while the shadows of the underworld teem with life and laughter? Ancient Rome, with its grand colosseums and scandalous parties, held secrets darker than the deepest abyss. And Christianity? A gilded cage hiding monstrous truths beneath its holy veneer. Picture this: a gladiator, bloodied and broken, stands at the gates of the underworld, his hands gripping a rusted sword. But instead of torment, he finds an afterlife buzzing with mischief, where the dead share raucous jokes instead of screams. The Roman afterlife? A carnival of irony, where punishment is a punchline and deities waltz like con artists in the moonlight. Is this where the souls of the lost truly land? Or is it a trap, a seductive mirage meant to ensnare the most unsuspecting? Now, flip the coin. Christian hell isn't the biblical inferno you've been taught to fear. No fiery lake awaits the sinner but chains of guilt, binding the soul in a never-ending loop of shame. Picture Dante, a bearded poet with a flair for dramatics, spiraling through layers of hellish bureaucracy. Sin? It's a corporate ladder, and the further you climb, the more insidious the sins become. Ever heard of a hellish HR department? Welcome to the afterlife's most twisted employment agency, where every regret is logged and every misstep documented. Why does it matter? Because lurking beneath these two worlds is the surprising truth: both are reflections of the human psyche, our fears, our desires, our endless quest for redemption. As ancient as the Roman roads and as fresh as today's memes, these stories hold a mirror to our darkest selves. The stakes? Your very understanding of morality, justice, and what comes after. What if the lost souls of the underworld aren't just tormented spirits but reckless adventurers? What if they trade tales of their crimes for a laugh, their laughter echoing through the caverns like a vibrant soundtrack to regret? Meanwhile, in Christian hell, the truly damned sit in boardrooms debating over the best ways to inflict eternal despair. Who knew the afterlife had its own version of corporate ladder climbing? In this mind-bending confrontation, you'll encounter heroes and villains who refuse to play by the rules. What if the architect of hell was once a disgraced Roman senator? What if the guardians of the underworld are just bored gods looking for entertainment? You're at the precipice of an electrifying revelation. You can almost hear the laughter and the cries, blending into a symphony of chaos. Each question ignites like a fuse, each answer breaks apart like the veil of certainty. The truth lies in the collision of these two worlds, an explosive cocktail of irony and revelation. One thing's for sure: once you peer into this abyss, you might just find it staring back, laughing, taunting, and eagerly demanding your next move. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a low rumble echoing through the silence of the night, like the distant growl of a beast awakened. I stand at the brink of the ancient forest, the air thick with dread, the scent of damp earth and decay clinging to my skin. Shadows stretch around me, twisting into grotesque shapes, and I remember, oh, how I remember, the tales whispered in hushed tones around dying campfires. The stories of the underworld, that realm of lost souls, where the echoes of the living falter, and the screams of the damned linger like a tainted perfume. Caius, my brother, stands beside me, his eyes flickering with a mix of fear and defiance. The dim light of the waning moon illuminates his rugged face, highlighting the deep lines wrought by countless sleepless nights. He glances at me, a silent plea shimmering in his gaze, and I can't shake the feeling that we're about to step into the abyss. "Do you believe, Phaedra?" he asks, his voice tremulous, threading through the heavy air like a desperate prayer. "Do you believe the stories?" I shudder, my heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the old crone in the market, her gnarled fingers painting pictures of the underworld with tales of Charon's cruel boat, ferrying souls across the waters of oblivion. I remember the chill that danced down my spine at her words: "To enter there, you must pay the price." "A coin," she said, "for a passage into darkness." I had laughed then, the sound echoing too brightly in the sunlit square. But now, the laughter feels hollow, a ghost of innocence long lost. "Every story holds a grain of truth," I whisper, the weight of uncertainty heavy in my chest. The underworld is more than just myth, it's a promise and a threat wrapped in one. I can almost taste the bitterness of despair, the hunger of the forgotten. Somewhere beyond the tree line, I sense the shadows shifting, restless shades yearning for recognition, for release. My thoughts slip like sand through my fingers, spiraling into the void. As we press deeper into the forest, the air thickens, charged with an energy that crackles like dry lightning. The trees loom above us, ancient sentinels keeping watch, their branches curling like skeletal hands ready to grasp at our souls. I stumble, the ground betraying me, and Caius catches my arm, his grip firm, yet trembling. "We can turn back," he says, a flicker of hope igniting amidst the encroaching dread. "We don't have to do this." But my heart, it beats a different rhythm, wild and reckless. "No," I breathe, almost to myself. "We have to know." And in that moment, I can feel the weight of our ancestors pressing upon us, urging us forward into the maw of the unknown. The tales of the underworld are etched into the very fabric of our being, inherited like a curse. I remember the funeral rites, the way the living danced around the pyres, their faces painted with the shadows of grief and joy, celebrating lives lost yet never forgotten. The further we venture, the more disjointed reality becomes. I glimpse fragments of memories, a laughing child running through fields, a lover's warm embrace, the flutter of a dying breath. They whisper to me, beckoning, urging me to remember that life is not just about the living but the legacies we leave behind. And here, in this twilight world, the past intertwines with the present, blurring the lines of existence. Suddenly, a rustle, something moves among the underbrush, a figure cloaked in darkness. My heart stutters, a drumbeat gone mad. I grip Caius's arm tighter, and he glances at me, his eyes wide with fear. The shadows twist, and I can almost hear the laughter of ancient spirits, teasing, mocking, as if they know something we do not. "Who dares enter the realm of the dead?" a voice calls, low and sonorous, reverberating through the trees like a tolling bell. It drips with disdain, and I shiver as I recognize the tone of a guardian, a keeper of souls. The stories flood back, those tales of the Godhades, shrouded in darkness, ruling with an iron fist, demanding respect from all who cross his threshold. "We seek understanding," I call out, my voice trembling, yet fierce, like a candle flickering against the storm. "We wish to know the truth behind the myths." Laughter echoes back to me, a cruel sound that sends chills racing down my spine. Truth? Ha! In the underworld, truth is a fickle mistress. You think you seek knowledge, yet what you truly desire is a glimpse of the abyss. The words hang heavy in the air, a promise of chaos and revelation. Caius shifts beside me, uncertainty gnawing at his resolve. "We're not afraid," he shouts, yet even to me, it sounds like a lie. Fear clings to us, a second skin, but curiosity burns brighter, a flame that cannot be extinguished. And then, the figure steps into view, a ghostly apparition, its features obscured, a silhouette against the moon's pallid glow. I can feel the weight of its gaze, piercing and cold, but something about the presence feels familiar, as if it's woven into the very fabric of my existence. A memory, perhaps, or a warning wrapped in the guise of a lost soul. "Very well," it intones, a shiver running through me, "but know this, once you set foot in the underworld, nothing will be the same. You will carry its mark, its burden, forever." In that instant, I feel the chill of inevitability wash over me. We are not just seekers, we are the haunted, drawn to the darkness that lies within. I remember the legends, heroes who ventured into the depths, only to return forever changed. A choice looms before us, a crossroad at the edge of eternity. Together, I whisper, my voice barely a breath against the night. We face it together. Caius nods, and in that silent agreement, we step forward into the shadows, the forest swallowing us whole. The air thickens, charged with the energy of countless souls who have walked this path before. We feel them, fingers reaching, whispers brushing against our skin like silk against skin. They linger in the periphery, shadows of what once was, each step threading us further into their stories, an inescapable tapestry of myth and belief. And as we cross the threshold, I remember, this isn't merely a descent into darkness, it's a confrontation with the essence of humanity itself. Here, in the liminal space where life meets death, we become the architects of our own fates, wandering through the echoes of the damned, searching for meaning in the madness. The thrill, the terror, the heartbreak, it all spirals together, a tempest of emotion that cannot be contained. We are the living, mingling with the whispers of the past, and I cannot tell where I end and they begin. In the heart of the underworld, the myths breathe, and the truth lies heavy as stone, waiting for us to uncover its weighty secrets. The darkness was thick, a smothering blanket that clung to the air like a hidden specter waiting, watching, hungry for the moment to strike. I stood at the edge of the Akron, that cursed river where the souls of the unburied lingered, their whispers clawing at the edges of my sanity. Time folded in on itself here, moments stretching into eternity, and I could feel the weight of countless memories pressing against my chest, pushing the breath from my lungs. This was no mere underworld, this was the very essence of despair, a labyrinth of grief woven together with shadows. I remember the first time I felt its pull, a child standing on the threshold of the unknown, my heart racing, my skin prickling with the thrill of fear. The Roman underworld is not just a place, it's a visceral experience. Each realm is a reflection of the souls trapped within. Here, the geography was raw, jagged, like the jagged edges of broken hearts. The thick fog hanging over the river had a life of its own, a suffocating embrace that invited you to step closer, to sink deeper into the sorrow that dripped like the water itself. And there were 3 of us, intertwined by fate, each a prisoner of our own making. Marcus, a soldier whose valor had turned to ash, haunted by the ghosts of comrades long lost to the brutality of war. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of his regret, like iron chains binding him to a past he couldn't escape. He stood at the brink of despair, staring into the murky depths of the Akron, his reflection twisted and distorted, a mirror to his soul, fractured and scarred. Beside him was Livia, a woman whose laughter once filled rooms with light, now reduced to a mere whisper of the joy she had stolen from the world. She had loved Marcus fiercely, with a passion that burned brighter than the sun, but hatred had snuffed that flame. Her heart was a barren wasteland, echoing with the void left by betrayal. In this realm of shadows, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, a storm brewing within, threatening to spill over as she grappled with the specter of her own choices. Then there was me, a chronicler of tales, a sin-eater who wore my obsessions like armor. I stood apart, a reluctant voyeur in a story far deeper than my own. I had come to understand the underworld as a map of human emotion, each twist and turn reflecting the chaos of life above. I laughed when I shouldn't, found humor in the macabre, because how else could one survive the relentless grip of sorrow? They bathed once a year, I would joke, so yeah, romance was earthy. But even my laughter felt hollow here, swallowed by the oppressive darkness that suffocated all joy. The 3 of us were drawn together by the immense weight of our failures, our fears, and the choices that led us to the gates of this forsaken realm. The geography of the underworld was a labyrinth, a twisted maze of obsidian rock and crumbling paths, leading us deeper into the heart of our own despair. I felt the cold breath of the lost souls brushing against my skin, their wails a symphony of heartbreak that resonated in my bones. Can you hear them? Marcus's voice trembled, the echoes of his past colliding with the present. They were brave. I should have saved them. His words were a dagger, sharp and unrelenting, piercing through the facade of my laughter to the core of my being. Marcus, Livia whispered, her voice a fragile thread. Their sacrifice was not your burden to bear. But could she convince him? I could feel the tension rising, that familiar electric charge in the air that signaled a confrontation, a boiling point where truths festered just beneath the surface, threatening to break free. I remember, I ventured, my voice barely a whisper, the memories flooding back like tide waters rising up against the shore. I remember standing there, feeling the weight of their loss like a cloak I couldn't shed. Each syllable bled into the next, each confession a step further into the abyss. Livia's eyes bore into mine, searching for something, an understanding, an escape from the relentless torment we all felt. We cannot save them, can we? She asked, her face pale, a canvas of despair. We can only carry their memory. And in that moment, the fog thickened, swirling around us as if the very underworld itself were conspiring against our fragile hopes. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, time slipping away like sand through fingers. The weight of our shared sorrow pressed down, suffocating, while the shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of despair, nudging us toward the precipice of our own unraveling. Do you feel that? Marcus's voice was barely a murmur, his eyes wide with realization. It's closing in on us. The shadows shifted, dark tendrils wrapping around our hearts like a serpent coiling tighter with each heartbeat. I remember the moment my breath caught in my throat, the realization that the underworld was not just a place of the dead, it was a mirror reflecting our own demons. The geography of this realm was a chaotic tapestry woven from our tears and our regrets, every corner hiding something that begged to be confronted, something that could not be ignored. "Let's go," Livia urged, her eyes darting toward the path ahead. "We can't remain here." But the underworld had a way of holding you captive, of wrapping its icy fingers around your throat until you could no longer breathe. The pull of the Acheron was intoxicating, a siren's call that beckoned us closer to the edge. "We can't leave," I whispered, the truth clawing its way to the surface, raw and unfiltered. "Not until we face what we've become." As we stood on the brink of our despair, the underworld whispered its chilling secrets, and the shadowy depths of our souls reflected back the haunting figures of our past. In that moment, time ceased to exist, and we were nothing more than three desperate souls lost in a labyrinth of sorrow, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, a countdown to the inevitable confrontation that awaited us. The darkness stretched out before us, deep and consuming, a reminder that some journeys never truly end, they simply loop back on themselves, dragging you ever deeper into the abyss. Darkness loomed, a blanket of silence swallowing the world whole. I stood at the edge of the abyss, the chilling air wrapping around me like a shroud. A whisper of dread coiled in my gut, the moment before the storm, when the universe holds its breath. How long have I lingered here, teetering on the precipice of an ancient truth? The scent of decay was thick in the air, a reminder that in this place, life was a fragile illusion, so easily snuffed out. And there he was, Pluto, the god of the dead, a figure cloaked in shadows. His eyes, dark, infinite voids, pulled me in, a gravity that weighed heavy on my soul. I remember feeling the earth tremble beneath my feet, a reminder of his domain. He was not the embodiment of death I'd expected, no skeletal grin danced upon his lips. Instead, a sadness lingered in his gaze, like a storm trapped in a cage. In that moment, I understood, he was solitude incarnate, a ruler of a kingdom forgotten by the light. Yet behind him, a flicker of warmth, Proserpina. A name that danced on the edges of both longing and despair. She was the sun that dared to rise in the underworld, a haunting beauty surrounded by an aura of ethereal light, even in the depths of darkness. But it was a light dimmed by the weight of her sorrow. I could feel her heartbeat, the echo of a once joyous life now locked away, chained to the cycles of seasons and the dreaming land. I remember the way her eyes held the soft glimmer of hope, but that flicker trembled like a fragile flame caught in a tempest. "Why do you linger?" Pluto's voice was a deep rumble, as if the ground itself spoke. "You think you can challenge what's meant to be? My realm is one of inevitability." The word struck me, cold and unyielding, as if death was not an end but a cruel twist of fate, a fate that had bound him as tightly as it had bound her. I remember the laughter, the joy. How could you take that from her? My voice trembled, bursting forth like a tidal wave crashing against the cliffs. I had become swept up in their tempest, feeling the remnants of their shattered dreams wash over me. It was as if time had folded in on itself, and I was now a witness to the pain of their discord. "Joy is a fleeting shadow," Pluto replied, the weight of his sorrow evident in every syllable. "You cling to the living, but you know nothing of what it means to rule over the lost. Proserpina is not merely my queen, she is my tether to the world above. Without her, I am but an echo of what once was." And there she stood, caught between the worlds, a tragic figure, the embodiment of longing. Proserpina, the very essence of spring, forever exiled from her vibrant life, bound to the desolation of the underworld for half the year. "I remember the flowers," she whispered, her voice tinged with a wistful lilt, a delicate thread weaving through the heavy air. "They bloomed in colors I can no longer touch. What is a season if one cannot see it in full bloom?" Her pain resonated like a haunting melody, each note a reminder of what she had lost. The shadows shifted, pulsating with a life all their own, and I felt them reach for me, fingers of despair brushing against my skin. "You don't understand," she continued. "Pluto is not my captor, he is my companion in this darkness. Together, we redefine what it means to exist in a world stripped of light." Yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her, revealing the cracks in her resolve. Is it companionship or confinement? I countered, my heart racing, caught between the raw energy of their connection and the chilling chains that bound her. The air thickened with tension, words hanging like daggers poised to strike. Would they plunge into each other's hearts, or would they shatter apart amidst the swirling chaos that enveloped them? I remember the warmth of the sun, she choked out, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I was the queen of spring, the laughter of the fields, and now. She fell silent, the weight of her burdens crashing down around her like a breaking wave. It felt as if the very cosmos had stopped to listen, as if the stars dared to hold their breath in the face of her despair. Life is a cruel joke, Pluto said, his voice a low growl. But it is a joke that must be embraced. And then the earth trembled again, the cry of the underworld echoing through the caverns of my mind, a low, haunting lament that tugged at my very essence. I stood frozen, watching as the space between them pulsed with an intensity that threatened to consume everything in its path. Their love was a battle, an endless cycle of yearning and despair, each moment a fragile thread pulled taut across the chasm that separated them. In that electrifying stillness, time twisted and turned, and I felt their anguish wrap around my heart, a visceral ache that resonated with the deepest core of my being. I, too, was caught in their tragic embrace, a witness to a love that burned like fire yet felt so utterly cold. I am bound to you, but I do not know how to bridge this chasm, Proserpina murmured, her voice barely a whisper now. And what if the day comes when the darkness consumes me whole? Pluto took a step closer, shadows swirling around him like a tempest of grief. Then I shall follow, forever entangled in the sorrow of our shared existence. For in this desolate silence, you are my heart, and I am endlessly yours. The air crackled with intensity, and I felt the weight of their despair clinging to the edges of my consciousness, a haunting reminder of the fragility of love when faced with insurmountable odds. It was a chaotic dance, a blend of passion and sorrow, a push and pull that echoed through time. I remember feeling the anguish swell within me, a tide of emotion that mirrored their own. The past and future collided in that moment, and I became lost in the shadows of their struggle, unable to pull away from the raw intensity of their connection. They were bound, yes, but in that binding lay a beauty so profound, so haunting, it rendered the very cosmos silent. Time marched on, relentless and indifferent, but I remained ensnared in this dark embrace, the echoes of their love reverberating through the caverns of my heart. As I stood on the cusp of the abyss, I knew that whatever lay ahead was inevitable, a continuation of their dance, a dance as old as time itself, one that defied the boundaries of life and death. My heart beat in time with their sorrow, a melody that would linger long after I faded from this moment, a haunting whisper in the darkness. The air thickened, each breath a struggle, as the boat rocked on the edge of an abyss cloaked in darkness. The flickering lanterns cast shadows that writhed like tortured souls, and the rippling water mirrored the chaos inside. I could hear the whispers, they slithered through the chilled air, beckoning, taunting. "Is this how you imagined it?" a voice murmured, low and grave, cutting through the din of despair. It was Charon, the ferryman of the dead, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his gaze, an anchor in the storm. I gripped the side of the boat, knuckles white, heart racing, as my eyes darted to the figures huddled in the corners of the vessel. Each soul bore the marks of their struggle, eyes hollow, faces pale, yet each one burned with a story that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. There was Lyra, her grief palpable, a shroud draped over her shoulders. She had come to find her brother, lost too soon to the hands of fate, and I could feel her anguish wrapping around me like a vice, squeezing until I gasped. "Charon," she cried, the name a dagger of desperation, slicing through the silence. "Take me to him. I need to see him one last time." Charon didn't answer immediately. He steered the boat with an eerie calmness, his expression frozen like the stone statues that lined the shores of forgotten cemeteries. "The living should not traverse these waters lightly," he intoned, the words rolling from his lips like the weight of centuries. "What you seek cannot be undone. What you feel will haunt you." But Lyra was undeterred. "I don't care. I don't care if it haunts me. I just want to tell him goodbye." Her voice broke, shattering like glass, and I could feel the shards embedding themselves in my heart. I remembered my own losses, the faces that once lit my world, now extinguished like flickering candle flames. The heavy fog of grief settled around us, and I breathed it in, tasted its bitterness. Then there was Elias, the skeptic, a man burdened by his own disbelief. He sat at the far end of the boat, arms crossed, brow furrowed in defiance. "This is madness," he scoffed, shaking his head as if he could will the nightmare away. "You think your brother is waiting for you? He's gone, Lyra. You have to accept that. This is just a boat ride to nowhere." His voice dripped with cynicism, but beneath it lay a crack, a fracture in his stoic facade. I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the hidden truth that he, too, had lost someone. The deep-seated dread that perhaps, just perhaps, the void he felt could be filled. "You're a fool to believe in this," he spat, the words meant to shield his heart, yet they hung in the air, heavy and charged with unspoken emotion. Karen turned his head slightly, the faintest hint of a smirk curling his lips, an amused ghost dancing in his eyes. "Madness, perhaps. But madness is the currency of our kind. You must pay the toll, Elias. Or you will be left behind." And then it hit me, the profound, paralyzing realization that this was not just a journey to the afterlife but a reflection of our own souls. Each passenger on this vessel faced their ghosts, their regrets, their unfulfilled desires. I remembered the night I had lost everything, the fleeting moments of joy snuffed out like candles in the wind. The laughter that echoed in my mind was a cruel reminder of what had been. "Karen," I finally spoke, my voice trembling, "what do you do with the souls you ferry? Do you ever stop to grieve with them?" He chuckled, a chilling sound that echoed against the dark waters. "Grief is a luxury I cannot afford. Each soul is a story, a burden. I carry them, but I do not linger. It is the living who suffer, not the dead." His eyes, hollow yet piercing, bore into mine, forcing me to confront my own vulnerability. As the boat glided forward, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a tension that curled around us like smoke. The ripples in the water grew restless, and I could hear the wails of the forgotten echoing through the abyss. A spectre emerged, a figure cloaked in shadows, its face obscured but its presence unmistakable. The air crackled with unspoken words, a heavy dread draping over us like a funeral shroud. "Lyra," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "Is that him?" She leaned forward, desperation etched across her features, and for a fleeting second, I thought I saw a flicker of hope ignite in her eyes. But it faded quickly, swallowed by the haunting reality of our journey. The spectre hovered just beyond reach, a reminder that some destinies are cruelly intertwined yet eternally separated. Elias, the skeptic, finally unraveled. "This is absurd. You're chasing shadows, Lyra. He's not there. He's gone. Can't you see?" His voice cracked, revealing the raw, wounded boy beneath the armor. The words hung heavy, laced with his own unresolved pain, and I felt the weight of his struggle, a desperate plea for understanding. Lyra's anguish rose, her cries piercing the silence like daggers. "I remember him. I remember his laughter, the way he used to tell stories until dawn. I refuse to forget." Her voice trembled, a moth drawn to the flame of her memories, desperate to cling to the warmth of what once was. The boat lurched, caught in a whirlpool of emotion. Karen's gaze shifted to me, a silent challenge echoing in his eyes. "What do you seek?" he asked, his voice a haunting melody that lingered in my mind. The souls around us shifted, and I felt the weight of their expectations, their frailties echoing in the depths of my heart. "I seek closure," I whispered, realizing that I, too, was a passenger in this wretched voyage. "I seek to understand the pain that binds us, the love that lingers like a ghost." The darkness thickened and swirled around us, a living entity that pulsed with each heartbeat. These moments, heavy with longing and despair, bound us together in this fragile vessel. Each soul, each cry, each memory intertwined, forming a tapestry of loss that painted our existence in shades of sorrow and hope. Karen's eyes glimmered, a fleeting spark of understanding, as the spectre inched closer, the shadows blurring the lines between the living and the dead. And in that moment, I knew, the journey was not about reaching a destination but about confronting the echoes of our past. Each heartbeat echoed a reminder that we are all tied to each other through our grief, our love, our unquenchable longing. As we neared the shoreline that separated the worlds, the tension coiled tighter, and I felt the weight of their stories pressing in. This was not the end, it would never be the end. Each soul carried with them the indelible mark of their journey, an open wound that would forever bleed into the fabric of time. The confrontation loomed, the climax of our emotional odyssey unfurling like the darkness before dawn, and I could feel it tightening around us like a noose. The boat rocked violently, and for a moment, time suspended in a breathless pause. Karen stood at the helm, a silent sentinel amid the storm of our hearts, and as we faced our demons, the shadows danced, swirling around us in a macabre ballet, pulling us deeper into the abyss of our own making. The journey continued, and with every heartbeat, the stories refused to fade, threading seamlessly into the next chapter of an infinite tale. The air is thick with a tension that clings to the skin, the scent of fear mingling with the smoke of burnt offerings drifting from the temple. A flickering flame casts shadows on the worn stone, and in that moment, beneath the weight of unseen eyes, I see Marcus. His hands tremble as he grasps the small, carved figure of a soul, a delicate representation of what lies beyond the veil, a reminder of mortality. The moon hangs heavy, an ominous witness, as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable truth to unfold. I remember the way his eyes danced with fervor, a wild intensity that mirrored the frenzied heartbeat of Rome. He was not just a man, he was a vessel for conflict, for passion, for the frantic search for meaning in a world that thrived on chaos. "What is a soul?" he whispered, a question that echoed in the hollows of my heart, reverberating like a distant thunderstorm. Is it weightless, like a dream? Or does it carry the burdens of our lives, shackled to the earth? Diana stood beside him, her face pale, a ghost in the city of stone. She was a thinker, a rebel wrapped in the silk of expectations. Her heart beat to a different rhythm, one that questioned the very fabric of existence. "The Greeks say it's a breath," she replied, her voice trembling, barely louder than the crackling of the flame. "But what happens when that breath fades? We become nothing but whispers, shadows lost in the echoes of time." Her fingers brushed against Marcus's, a fleeting moment of connection, yet laden with unspoken dread. The world around them felt alive, pulsating with the weight of ancient beliefs. The Romans, ever obsessed with legacy, laid their souls bare in the hope of immortality, crafting elaborate tombs, carving out stories in marble. But what did it matter? The city thrummed with life, yet it was a fragile illusion, a masquerade where every heartbeat could be the last. I could feel their desperation, the palpable fear of being forgotten, a fear that clung to my own heart like ivy strangling a crumbling statue. "Do you hear that?" Marcus asked, eyes wide as he glanced toward the shadows that danced at the edges of their sanctuary. The whispers of the past clawed at the corners of his mind, a cacophony of souls long departed, yearning to be remembered. "We are all just echoes, aren't we?" Diana's laughter was brittle, a sound that shattered in the air, cutting through the darkness like a blade. "Echoes, yes. And what is an echo but a fleeting memory? A trace of what once was, a ghost tethered to the living." Her words dripped with irony, a bitter reminder of their own mortality. The night deepened, and a chill settled into my bones. I could see the flicker of doubt in Marcus's eyes, the way he clutched the figure tighter, as if it could anchor him to something solid. "But if we are echoes," he pressed, "what happens when the last voice fades? Is there a force beyond this life that remembers us? Or are we just gone?" Each word felt like a stone thrown into the abyss, rippling through the silence, stalking the shadows. The temple walls seemed to lean in closer, eavesdropping on their fragile hopes and fears. I felt the weight of my own thoughts crash against the iron bars of my heart, knowing full well the truth that pounded relentlessly against my skull. In the flickering light, I saw a vision, a future where souls wandered, lost and searching, trapped in the liminal spaces between worlds. A vision of Marcus, his figure growing dim, merging with the shadows, becoming one with the city he so desperately sought to understand. I could hear the whispers of the dead, the forgotten, crying out for recognition. "No," I urged, a sudden surge of desperation igniting within me. "We must not allow ourselves to be forgotten." My voice broke through the oppressive silence, a plea that hung heavy in the air, thick as the smoke swirling above us. We are more than our bodies, more than our fears. We are the stories we tell, the memories we weave. They can't take that from us. Marcus turned to me, surprise flashing across his face, and for a moment, the lines of despair sharpened by the night eased. What do you mean? His voice was tinged with the faintest glimmer of hope, a flickering candle in a darkened room. What if we are not echoes but the very breath of the cosmos? That's it! Diana exclaimed, her voice ringing with newfound vigor. If we are the stories we tell, then every soul who has ever breathed life into this world still exists. We are intertwined with the cosmos, a tapestry of memories that refuses to fade. But even as the words spilled from her lips, a suffocating dread seeped into the cracks of our resolve. What if we were wrong? What if the soul was nothing more than a fleeting spark, destined to be extinguished? The thought curled around us, an insidious shadow, threatening to snuff out the flicker of hope we had ignited. Time felt suspended, the world outside the temple fading into a blur of whispers and shadows. The ghosts of our ancestors seemed to swirl around us, their faces mere silhouettes, haunting reminders of what we could become, a mere whisper lost in the cacophony of existence. I could feel the weight of their gaze, the longing to be remembered, to leave a mark on the canvas of history. I could see it all, the tombs etched with names, the stories carved into stone, a desperate attempt to cling to life even when the flesh had failed. But in the depths of my soul, a truth stirred, raw and unyielding. The soul was not just a vessel to be filled, it was a force, a pulse, an eternal dance that defied the boundaries of time. Then let us be the storytellers, I declared, feeling the surge of conviction swell within me. Let us breathe life into the echoes and create a legacy that transcends this mortal coil. Marcus and Diana exchanged a glance, their hearts resonating with the truth that came alive between us. In that moment, as the shadows lengthened and the temple stood sentinel over our whispered hopes, I felt the universe expand, the boundaries of reality blurring, the echoes of our souls intertwining like threads in a grand tapestry. The night was unyielding, the weight of uncertainty hanging over us, yet within the depths of the darkness, a spark flickered. We would fight against the silence, against the shadows that sought to swallow our stories whole. For in that struggle, we would find the essence of our souls, the very lifeblood that coursed through the veins of humanity, a rhythm that would pulse long after we had vanished from the earth. And as the fire crackled and the shadows danced, I realized that our confrontation was not with death, but with the very fabric of existence itself. The concept of the soul, tangled in the shadows of belief, was a fight for our right to be remembered, to leave our mark on the canvas of eternity. The cosmos awaited, breathless and eager, as we stood on the precipice of understanding, ready to step into the unknown. Let the stories begin. The air was thick with the weight of despair, a heavy blanket that pressed against the skin like the chill of a tomb. Shadows danced on the walls of the dank, stone cell, flickering like the last breaths of the damned. A single candle sputtered, its flame fighting against the oppressive darkness, illuminating the face of Lucius, eyes wild, heart racing, every heartbeat a desperate plea for release. In this nightmarish underbelly of ancient Rome, justice was a fickle spectre, and punishment was the only certainty. He could feel it creeping closer, a spectre cloaked in the whispers of the guilty. I remember the day they dragged me down here, Lucius murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, the words tasting of iron and regret. I remember the screams echoing in the corridors, the clanking of chains like a funeral dirge. The dim light caught the glistening tears on his cheeks, a combination of fear and nausea. In that moment, he was both student and prisoner, the lessons of hubris playing out in a theater of pain. But Lucius wasn't alone. The cold stone beneath him seemed to pulse with the memories of those who had come before. He could hear whispers, ghostly remnants of lives lost to the insatiable hunger of Rome's justice. Then there was Claudia, a haunting presence nestled in the far corner, her hands trembling as she clutched a rusted dagger, a weapon, a lifeline, a curse. Her lips, painted in the shades of despair, moved silently. She was a woman caught in the crossfire of a society that had long since abandoned mercy. I was framed, she breathed, her voice breaking like fragile glass. They took my life and left me with shadows. Shadows that promised justice but delivered cruelty. Lucius felt a surge of anger. How could they call this justice? The thought clawed at him, raw and biting, as if each syllable was a jagged stone lodged in his throat. But nothing is ever as it seems, he whispered, the words laced with a bitter laugh. The very air tasted of ashes, of betrayal. He closed his eyes and pictured the simple joys of freedom, running through the bustling streets, laughter ringing in his ears, the warmth of the sun on his face. Now, all that remained were these cold walls, the endless echo of his own heartbeat mocking him. Claudia turned to him, her eyes dark pools of sorrow and rage. "You think you have the right to judge? You, who stand on the brink of the abyss." Her voice sliced through the air, fierce and unyielding. "You know nothing of the punishment they impose, of the sins they fabricate to serve their desires." The truth of her words struck like a thunderclap. The Romans twisted the scales of justice until they were unrecognizable, until it was no longer about right or wrong, but about power and control. Lucius could feel the weight of that truth stifling him. "But I'm innocent," he cried, desperation clawing at his throat. The irony dripped like poison from his tongue. Did innocence even matter here? The thought sent a shiver racing down his spine. Claudia shook her head, a ghostly smile dancing on her lips. "Innocence? It is nothing but a currency in their games. And we are but pawns, sacrificed in the name of their twisted ideals." Lucius stared at her, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on her face, illuminating the stark contrast of her fear and defiance. The wall seemed to close in, pressing them together in a shared fate, a shared torment. "So, what's left for us? To rot in this purgatory while they revel in their power plays?" "No," Claudia said, her voice low, conspiratorial. "If they want punishment, let us give them justice of our own design." The flicker of rebellion ignited in her eyes, a spark of something fierce and unyielding. The dagger glinted ominously, a promise of agency in a place where it was stripped away. "We can be the ghosts that haunt their dreams, the shadows that whisper their sins." Lucius felt a tremor run through him, the exhilaration of possibility threading its way into the fabric of his despair. But how? How can we fight against a system that thrives on our submission? By embracing our darkness, Claudia whispered, her tone suddenly soft, almost tender. By recognizing that in this hell, we can reclaim what was taken from us, not as victims, but as avengers. The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy and pulsating with the promise of rebellion. Lucius leaned in, letting her fervor wash over him like a tide of hope. It was madness, it was desperation, yet within it bloomed a strange beauty. "Then let us become the embodiment of their nightmares," he declared, his heart racing with a newfound purpose. "Let us be the justice they fear, the punishment they deserve." In that moment, the shadows shifted, the darkness around them thickening, wrapping them in its embrace. The walls seemed to whisper secrets, a chorus of the lost and broken. They were not alone, they were part of a legacy, a lineage of those who had defied the chains that bound them. Footsteps echoed in the distance, a harsh reminder that time was not on their side. "They come for us," Lucius hissed, urgency igniting his veins like wildfire. "We must act, now." Claudia's grip tightened on the dagger, determination flaring in her gaze. "Let them come," she breathed. "Let them think they hold the reins of justice." The door creaked open, shadows spilling into the cell, their dark forms a promise of the confrontation that awaited. Lucius and Claudia stood shoulder to shoulder, the flickering candlelight illuminating their resolve. They were no longer just prisoners, they were warriors ready to reclaim their fate from the hands of a merciless empire. And as the figures advanced, cloaked in the guise of authority, Lucius felt a powerful surge of defiance. The very air crackled with tension, a visceral reminder of their shared rage, their united purpose. In that moment, the boundaries of justice and punishment blurred, transforming into something alive, raw, and electric, a force that would not be easily contained. Time hung suspended, breaths caught in throats, hearts pounding like war drums, the weight of all that had come before pressing down, demanding to be acknowledged. The night was pregnant with anticipation, the final act of a play written in blood and betrayal. And as the confrontation loomed, Lucius could feel the tide shifting, their fate intertwined, daring to defy the darkness that had come to claim them. The air crackles with desperation as the sun sinks, casting eerie shadows across the cobblestone streets of Rome. A figure stands at the Tiber's edge, the water swirling like a tempest of souls lost and longing. There, Lucius clutches a tattered scroll, trembling fingers brushing against the ink-blackened parchment, words swirling in his mind like restless spirits. He should be home, feasting beneath the flickering light of oil lamps, but here he is, lost in thoughts of what lies beyond the veil of death. I remember, he whispers to the darkness, the laughter of friends, the warmth of wine, but what of the whispers of the dead? His heart races, an echo of an ancient fear. What if death is not the end but merely a doorway to an eternity of sorrow? The memory of his brother, Marcus, drowns him. A soldier's grave, a mother's tears. I never got to say goodbye, he murmurs, and the river seems to grow still, as if holding its breath, listening. Across the way, Aurelia stands, an ethereal beauty caught in a net of despair. Her eyes, pools of sorrow, trace the horizon where the sun bleeds into night. She was once vibrant, laughter spilling like sunlight, but the death of her beloved, her heart's anchor, left her adrift. What is love if it cannot transcend the grave? She throws her hands to the sky, as if daring the gods to answer. The shadows stretch toward her, fingers curling like a lover's caress, holding memories of kisses stolen in twilight. She remembers. I remember the smell of his skin, the way he laughed at my terrible jokes. She chokes out, tears falling like rain on parched earth. And I remember the silence that followed. Lucius and Aurelia are bound by their grief, two souls trapped in the melancholy dance of loss, a rhythm that pulls them toward an inevitable collision. As night deepens, the streets pulse with a haunting energy. Ghosts of the past weave through the market stalls, echoes of laughter and cries mingling with the scent of damp earth. A shiver crawls up Lucius's spine. The dead walk among us, he says, a revelation that flares in the dark. What if they are not gone, but only waiting? Waiting for what? Aurelia's voice cuts through the silence, sharp like glass. She steps closer, her breath mingling with his. For us to join them? Or for us to remember? The distance between them narrows, the air thick with unspoken emotions, a fiery tension crackling beneath the surface. I can't bear the thought of forgetting, Lucius replies, his voice low and heavy. I read the poets. They speak of Hades, of a land where shadows dance and memories are imprisoned. Tell me, do you think they suffer? Or do they revel in the freedom of the shadows? Aurelia's eyes glint with a fierce intensity, challenging the very essence of their grief. Perhaps they yearn for the living to remember them, to carry their weight like a cloak upon our shoulders. In that moment, Lucius sees her, a co-conspirator in sorrow, a warrior fighting against the dark tide of oblivion. They are two hearts beating in unison, desperate for connection amid the chaos of mortality. Then let me tell you of my brother, he breathes, and the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. He was brave, Aurelia. He fought against the darkness, yet he was swallowed whole. And now, he haunts my dreams. Tell me, she urges, stepping closer, the electric pull strong enough to shatter the distance that once defined them. Tell me of his laughter, of his joy. Lucius's eyes glisten with unshed tears. I remember. I remember the sound of him singing, a reckless tune that danced in the air. How he would spin tales of gods and heroes, of fate and fortune. But the laughter faltered when the war drums called. Aurelia's heart aches as she listens, her own grief pooling around them like a fog. And you? What do you wish to be remembered for? I wish to be remembered at all, he confesses, the weight of his vulnerability shattering the facade. For my mistakes, my failures. For the love I couldn't save. In that moment, time freezes, and the world around them fades. The Tiber whispers secrets, a gentle lullaby that cradles their pain. Ghostly figures dance in the background, shadows of their pasts, beckoning them to join, to surrender to the inevitable. What if we could speak to them? The dead? Aurelia's voice quivers with a mix of hope and fear. What if we could ask for their forgiveness? Then we would learn their secrets of the afterlife, Lucius replies, a fire igniting within him. I long to know. I would brave the depths of Hades if it meant hearing his laughter one more time. Their eyes lock, and in that charged moment, they feel the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of the cosmos echoing with ancient truths. We are not alone, Aurelia whispers, and the city holds its breath, suspended between past and present. As the clock strikes midnight, a shudder of uncertainty ripples through the air. The shadows grow restless, whispering tales of the forgotten, and the night seems to come alive with the cries of the lost. What if the afterlife is not a place, but a memory? Lucius posits, the thought both terrifying and liberating. Then we must carry those memories, Aurelia asserts, her voice fierce and resolute. For ourselves and for them. With every heartbeat, the weight of their emotions intensifies, drawing them closer to an abyss filled with both dread and longing. The river glimmers under the moonlight, a pathway to the unknown, a promise of connection that transcends the grave. And in the stillness of that night, as the stars flicker overhead like distant souls watching, Lucius and Aurelia stand at the precipice of something monumental. A chance to confront the ghosts of their pasts, to wrestle with the shadows that threaten to engulf them, and, perhaps, to find a sliver of hope in the darkest corners of despair. They lean into the silence, hearts racing, knowing that the afterlife beckons, not just for the dead, but for the living too, an eternal reminder that love, in all its forms, never truly fades. The wind howled through the empty streets of a forgotten city, a ghostly echo that seemed to stir the very bones of its decaying buildings. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, twisting and turning in a macabre waltz, as if the spirits of the damned were rehearsing for a grim performance. In the heart of this desolation stood Marcus, a man caught in a storm of guilt and regret. His chest felt like a vice, the weight of his past pressing against him, suffocating and relentless. "I remember the whispers," he muttered, his voice trembling. The whispers of the dead. With each word, his heart raced, pounding like a war drum in the stillness. He could almost hear them now, those haunting voices, weaving through his thoughts, taunting him with memories that should have remained buried, of a brother lost to the underworld, of a choice made in haste that tore their bond apart. From the shadows emerged Lyra, her eyes fierce, betraying a vulnerability she'd long concealed. "You can't keep running from your demons, Marcus," she said, her voice a low, smoky growl. She was the fire to his ice, a tempest in a quiet storm. The air crackled between them, electric and charged with history, a shared burden that neither could shake off. "Demons," he scoffed, though the tremor in his lips gave away his fear. "You think I'm afraid of what lies beneath?" But even as he spoke, the memories thrashed within him, writhing like serpents. He remembered Hades, the god of the underworld, his realm a shadowy labyrinth of despair, a place where souls wandered lost, forever trapped between what was and what could have been. "Sometimes it feels like they're not just in the ground," Lyra whispered, stepping closer, her breath mingling with the night air. "Sometimes it feels like they're in us." An unspoken bond pulsed between them, a shared knowledge of loss that cut deeper than any blade. The weight of the Romans' adaptation of Greek mythology bore down, a cosmic joke played by the universe. The underworld was not just a destination, it was a reflection of their own shattered souls. The clock tower, long silent, struck midnight, a hollow sound that reverberated through the streets, each chime a reminder of time lost. Marcus felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders, not just his own sins but the collective guilt of a civilization. He thought of Charon, the ferryman, forever transporting souls across the river Styx, and how he too was bound to ferry his own grief, his own failures. "I remember," he said, voice breaking. "I remember standing by that river, watching him slip away. I thought I could save him. I thought I could pull him back." With each syllable, the shadows grew darker, enveloping them both in a shroud of despair. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, a fleeting connection that sent a jolt through him. "You're not alone in this," she urged, her voice steady, yet quaking with emotion. "We can face it together." But Marcus recoiled, haunted by memories that were not just his own. He saw faces, those of the fallen, spirits entwined with his existence. "You don't understand," he breathed, as if uttering a spell that might break the curse that bound them. "My brother was taken by the darkness. I was powerless." "Powerless," she echoed, disbelief sparking in her eyes. "Or too afraid to fight. The underworld isn't just a place for the dead. It's a mirror, Marcus. It shows us the parts of ourselves we refuse to acknowledge." The intensity of her gaze bore into him, a challenge wrapped in compassion. The night felt alive, pulsating with the resonance of their shared pain, the echoes of ancient myth swirling around them. It was as if the very cosmos conspired to remind them of the inevitable, Hades and Persephone, the cyclical nature of life and death, the unending dance of loss and rebirth. Each moment was a reminder that the underworld was not merely below them, it was within them, lurking, waiting to be confronted. "I can't bear this anymore," he rasped, the truth clawing its way out of him, raw, visceral. "It haunts me like a ghost." Lyra stepped closer, the warmth of her presence a stark contrast to the chilling despair that wrapped around Marcus. "Then let's confront it," she declared, a fierce fire igniting in her chest. "Let's face the gods themselves if we have to, but we can't keep hiding. Not from ourselves, not from each other." The ground beneath them trembled as if the earth itself responded to their desperation, and the shadows thickened, swirling like a tempest around their feet. Marcus felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him, each soul lost, each story untold, a reminder of the fragility of existence. He could almost hear the cries of those who had once walked the earth, now mere echoes in the endless corridors of time. "I can't promise I won't fail again," he whispered, the confession a shattering admission. "But I want to try. I need to try." The flicker of hope ignited a warmth between them, a fragile thread in a tapestry of turmoil. The world was dark, but in that darkness, they found each other, a connection that transcended the pain of the past, a bond forged in the fires of grief and despair. "Then let's walk together into the shadows," Lyra said, her voice resolute. "Let's face what lies beneath, for in the depths of our fears, we might find the light we seek." And as they stepped forward, the shadows shifted, coalescing into something new, possibility. The underworld was not just a fate awaiting them, it was a continuation of their journey, a necessary confrontation with the ghosts that lingered in their hearts. Their entwined fates pulsed through the night, a heartbeat echoing against the darkness, a promise that no matter how deep the shadows, they would face them together. They were not merely running toward the abyss, they were racing toward redemption, as the whispers of the past intertwined with the hopes for tomorrow, an eternal dance of light and shadow. The cold mist curled through the graveyard, clinging to the earth like a lost spirit seeking warmth. Shadows danced between the tombstones, whispering secrets only the dead could hear. I stood there, heart pounding, the air thick and heavy, suffocating. The funeral pyre flickered in the distance, flames licking at the night sky, an orange beacon in the darkness, promising release to those trapped in flesh. I remember the first time I saw it. A procession wound through the narrow streets of Rome, a river of black cloaks and white faces, all moving towards that ominous glow. It was the evening of my father's funeral. I had just turned 16. I remember the way the crowds parted, the way the sky darkened, as if the gods themselves were watching, judging. My father, a soldier, a man of honor, beloved by many, but the weight of grief pressed hard against my chest. I couldn't breathe. I was a child in a city of ghosts, and they all seemed to reach out, their skeletal hands grasping for the living, for the warmth of life. Then there was Lucius, my brother. So different from me, so utterly lost in his own tempest. He stood by the pyre, his face illuminated by the flames, the flickering light casting long shadows across his features, transforming him into a stranger. The air smelled of pine wood and something else, something sharp and metallic, like fear. I watched him wrestle with the grief, his hands balled into fists, trembling as they hovered over the fire. "We have to send him off right," he whispered, voice thick with an emotion I couldn't place. Anger? Despair? The flames reflected in his eyes, wild and chaotic. I remember how that moment stretched. Time felt like the smoke swirling upward, suspended and ungraspable. A moment when everything could change, when he could succumb to the darkness, or rise from it, a phoenix of sorts, if only for a moment. Each breath I took was heavy, laden with the weight of expectation, my father's legacy, my mother's tears, and my brother's silent screams. As I stood there, I recalled the stories I'd heard. The Romans believed that the afterlife waited for them just beyond the veil of death, a place where souls would wander, searching for what they had lost. They buried their dead with coins, tokens for Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. I thought of my father, lying there under the earth, his body cold but his spirit soaring, free from the constraints of flesh. "Lucius," I called, my voice barely breaking through the whispers of the night. "He's gone. This is what he wanted." He turned to me, eyes fierce, and in that moment, I saw the child he used to be, hidden beneath the layers of grief. The boy who used to chase me through the streets, who laughed so freely, who believed the gods would protect us, would keep us safe. "You don't understand," he shouted, the fire crackling in response to his fury. "He deserves more than this. More than a pyre, more than ashes." I didn't have the heart to tell him that the ashes were all we truly have, that they would scatter into the wind, mingling with the dust of our ancestors, the very soil that nourished the city we called home. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the brink, but the chasm between us yawned wider, filled with unspoken words and unshared pain. Each flicker of the flame felt like a heartbeat, a reminder of the inevitability of life and death, and I could hear the echo of my own thoughts. What would happen to us? To our souls in this chaotic, beautiful city? Would we be lost, wandering like ghosts, clinging to the remnants of a life cut short? I remember, too, the strange sense of comfort in the rituals, the way the Romans turned death into something tangible, something they could face head-on. They poured wine on the pyre, as if to toast the dead, and I could almost hear him laughing, my father, his deep voice booming in the echoes of the past. "To the afterlife." I imagined him shouting. "Let them drink, for I am free." But Lucius couldn't hear the laughter, only the silence that followed death, a silence that wrapped around him like a shroud. I placed my hand on his shoulder, feeling the tension ripple beneath my fingertips. "Let go," I urged, hoping my voice would penetrate the fog of despair. "He wouldn't want you to suffer like this." His eyes flickered to mine, a moment of connection that felt like a spark in the darkness, but it quickly faded, swallowed by the flames that danced between us. In that fleeting second, I felt the weight of our family's history, the sacrifices, the battles fought not just in the arena but within our hearts. Each one of us carrying the burden of loss, of longing. I thought of the coins we'd place on his eyes, the ritual, the tradition, each one a promise to honor him, to keep him alive in our memories. "Lucius, please," I pleaded, my voice cracking under the strain. "Let him go." And then, like a sudden gust of wind, he crumbled. The fight left him, replaced by a haunting despair. He sank to his knees, the weight of the world pressing down on him. What if he's not free? What if he's lost? The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced around us, as if they were alive, bearing witness to our grief. I found myself kneeling beside him, the heat from the fire scorching our skin, yet the chill of loss seeped deeper. "We'll remember him," I promised, a vow whispered into the night, a fragile thread binding us to the past and each other. "Always." As the pyre blazed higher, the shadows of our family loomed large, and I felt the presence of those who'd come before us, ancestors calling from the dark, urging us to join the dance of life and death, to remember, to honor, to celebrate. The night was alive with the heartbeat of the city, and as the flames crackled, I knew our journey had only just begun. In that moment, I knew we weren't just preparing for his afterlife, we were preparing for our own, bound in the cycle of death and rebirth, the echoes of our hearts resonating through time, a haunting melody that would never truly end. The air thickens like smoke as I stand at the edge of the ancient burial ground, where the earth seems to pulse, alive with whispers from the dead. A chill crawls down my spine, not from the encroaching night but from the realization that the souls of my ancestors linger here, their tormented spirits entwined with the shadows. It's as if the very ground breathes their sorrow. I can almost hear their voices, a cacophony of longing and regret, calling me deeper into the darkness. I remember my father's eyes, glazed and distant as he spoke of his own father, a soldier forgotten in the annals of time. "He lives in the shadows," he would say, voice trembling, "and he waits for us." I stood there, a child, caught between the world of the living and the grasping hands of the dead. I remember the stories he told, woven between the threads of history and myth, binding me to a lineage I barely understood but felt in my marrow. Now, in this cold twilight, I am not alone. Lucius stands beside me, his breath visible in the frosty air, each exhale a ghostly reminder of mortality. He's torn, caught between a fierce loyalty to his ancestors and the burden of their expectations. "They want something from us," he whispers, his voice a tremor of fear and yearning. "They want to be remembered." There's a weight to his words, hanging heavy like the fog that cloaks the tombs, a weight that presses against my chest. For a moment, I catch a fleeting glimpse of his mother's face, an image etched with sorrow, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered relic, a token of her ancestors. "They'll demand a sacrifice," she had warned, blue eyes aflame with a tragic intensity. "If we forget them, they will rise, angry and restless." This fear, this heart-stopping dread of the forgotten, ignites a fire in my veins. I am gripped by the urgency, the desperate need to acknowledge the past. And then there's Aurelia, standing a little apart, her silhouette stark against the gathering shadows. She carries the weight of her family's legacy like a shroud, heavy, suffocating. "I'm tired of the whispers," she says, voice barely above a whisper, cloaked in a vulnerability that cuts through the darkness. Tired of the demands. Her ancestors loom large in her mind, a relentless procession of ghosts that haunt her dreams. I see the flicker of rebellion in her eyes, a spark of defiance against the chains of familial obligation. "Do you feel them?" I ask, and the question hangs in the air, charged with unspoken truths. The three of us, bound by blood and shaped by the histories that led us here, are caught in a web of ancestral ties, and the air grows thick as if the very fabric of time is unraveling around us. I remember the stories we've shared, the ones that we've through our lifetimes, binding us to a past we can't escape, yet long to understand. Lucius takes a step forward, eyes wild with determination, as if he could summon the spirits with sheer will. "They deserve our remembrance. They sacrifice so much." His voice rises, a clarion call to the night, echoing against the stones. I see his hands trembling, the raw intensity of his belief pulling me in. "We owe it to them," he insists, and my heartbeat synchronizes with his rising fervor, a drumbeat pushing against the encroaching darkness. But Aurelia shakes her head, the defiance hardening her features. "No. What if they want to drag us down with them? What if the burden of remembrance crushes us?" Her voice is a storm, tempestuous and fierce. I can't bear it anymore. There's a desperation in her eyes, a plea for release from the chains of obligation. It resonates within me, tugging at my own fears. I remember my own ancestors, their faces obscured by time, yet their expectations loom large, like shadows that refuse to fade. The night deepens, and I feel a shift in the atmosphere, as if the very air is charged with ancient energy. A low rumble, like distant thunder, rolls through the earth beneath us, reverberating through our bones. I can almost taste the tension, sweet and metallic, an omen of what lies ahead. "They're angry," I whisper, and the words slip from my lips like a secret shared in the dark. "We must honor them," Lucius insists, his voice rising above the growing din, his fists clenched in determination. "If we don't, we'll never be free." But freedom from what? From the weight of their legacy? From the chains that bind us to the soil of our forebears? The question hangs heavy in my mind, a dark cloud threatening to burst. And what if they haunt us? Aurelia's words cut through the thickening silence, piercing like a blade. What if their anger consumes us? She steps back, retreating into the shadows, a flicker of fear igniting in her eyes. I can see it, the translucent specters of our ancestors swirling around her, desperate to draw her in, to claim her as one of their own. The air crackles with the tension of the living and the dead, the world on the precipice of collision. There's a crack, a sudden flash of light, and I can feel their presence enveloping us. The shadows mass, restless and eager for recognition. I tremble, caught between the weight of my own fears and the desire to appease those who came before. I remember the stories of the Elysian fields, a paradise for the honored dead, but what of the restless souls condemned to wander, shackled by the weight of their unresolved desires? "We cannot forget," Lucius declares, his voice unwavering, but I see the tremor in his hands, the flicker of doubt in his gaze. "If we forget, they'll become a vengeful tide, swallowing us whole." His conviction is palpable, a lifeline in the storm swirling around us, yet I can feel the shadows pulling at my own heart, the fear gnawing at my resolve. The darkness thickens, and I reach out, grasping Lucius' arm, a silent plea for understanding. We are bound together, woven into a tapestry of sacrifice and longing, of ancestors who demand to be remembered. And yet, what price must we pay for their peace? Will we ever be free? I whisper, the words rising like a prayer. The night answers not with words but with the rustling of leaves, a cacophony of whispers, a reminder that the past is never truly buried. It lingers, a haunting melody that pulls us deeper into its embrace, a twisted lullaby that promises nothing but the weight of history. Aurelia, now lost in a swirl of memories, stares into the night, her brow furrowed with the burden of choice. They don't just want to be remembered, she murmurs, voice trembling. They want to be felt. They want to bleed into our lives, to shape our destinies. The intensity in her eyes ignites a fire within me, a fierce recognition of our interconnectedness. As the shadows stretch and twist around us, the echoes of our ancestors' lives pulse with an urgency that fills the air. I feel the weight of their longing, their desperate need for acknowledgement, and I realize, our choices do not just shape our lives, they shape the very essence of those who came before us. The world spins, cosmic threads weaving through time, binding the living to the dead, and I can't help but wonder if perhaps we are all caught in a cycle, a relentless loop of remembrance and regret. With every heartbeat, I stand on the precipice, a fragile tether connecting the past, present, and future. The weight of their legacy presses down, a haunting melody that beckons us to listen, to feel, to remember. I grip Lucius' arm tighter, and in that shared moment of fear and understanding, we are united in a storm of ancestral reverence, caught in a tide we cannot resist. As the night deepens and the shadows swirl, we stand on the edge of a chasm, waiting for the reckoning. I remember the stories that bind us, the sacrifices made, and the ancestors who refuse to let us forget. The air crackles with a promise, a haunting echo of lives intertwined. The darkness beckons, whispering secrets of the past into the night, and we are pulled into the heart of it all, where the living and the dead collide, where the legacy of our ancestors demands to be honored, and where, ultimately, we must confront our own souls in the eternal twilight. The air crackled with a tension that hung like smoke in the dark corners of the ancient streets, where shadows danced and whispered secrets. The echo of hurried footsteps clashed against the cobblestones, a frantic rhythm of fear and desperation. I remember, oh how I remember, the chill creeping into my bones as I pressed myself against the cold stone wall of an alley, my heart thudding like a war drum in my chest. The flickering torchlight illuminated the faces of men who had once brought offerings to Jupiter, now contorted by rage and confusion. They were hunters, seeking a prey that had slipped through their grasp, the very spirit of their world, wavering like a candle in the wind. One figure stood out amid the chaos, Aurelia, her eyes wide pools of defiance. She was a daughter of Rome, with blood as fierce as the red of the setting sun. I had seen her before, vibrant among the throng, offering flowers to the gods, her laughter mingling with the scent of incense. But tonight, she was different. There was a storm within her, a flicker of something unyielding, like a flame refusing to be extinguished. "We cannot let them silence us," she shouted, her voice a clarion call that cut through the din, pulling me closer to the heart of her rage. She was both lost and found, a warrior and a martyr in the making. Then there was Marcus, a high priest, standing rigid, his brows knitted in turmoil. I had watched him kneel before altars, whispering prayers that smelled of burnt offerings. But now, with his robes torn and dirted, he looked like a ghost of himself, haunted, trembling. "This is madness," he cried, his words laced with the bitterness of betrayal. He had dedicated his life to the ancient ways, to the rituals that shaped his identity. Yet, here he was, caught in a tempest of change that threatened to uproot everything he believed. I could see the tremor in his hands, the way he clung to the remnants of his faith as if they were the last vestiges of his sanity. The night grew thick with screams, the air heavy with smoke and the acrid scent of burning offerings. They were tearing down the temples, the sacred spaces that had cradled their ancestors' hopes and dreams. With each crash, it felt as if the very world was unraveling. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of countless souls whispering in the wind, their stories interwoven with the pain of loss. I remember the soft cry of a child somewhere in the distance, a sound that sliced through the chaos, reminding me of innocence lost. Aurelia stood firm, her heart a drumbeat of resistance. "They cannot erase our gods," she shouted, her voice rising above the clamor. "We will not kneel to this new faith." Her words ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope that felt almost sacrilegious. I had grappled with my own doubts, often finding myself at the crossroads between the old and the new, between the familiar and the unknown. In that moment, I saw Marcus falter. The flickering torchlight caught the glint of tears in his eyes, and I felt my own heart twist. This was a man caught between worlds. His faith was both his armor and his prison. "You don't understand," he called to Aurelia, desperation bleeding from his voice. "They will come for us, for anyone who dares to defy." But her resolve was like iron, and I felt the pull of her fierce spirit wrapping around my own uncertainty. "Let them come," she cried, her fists clenched with defiance. "Let them come." And I was swept up in the whirlwind, the urgency of the moment gripping me. Who was I in this tapestry of beliefs wrestling for survival? I had always been a quiet observer, a mere shadow in the face of luminescence. Yet, as the chaos swirled around us, I found myself longing to take a stand, to embrace the rawness of the moment, to feel the pulse of history coursing through my veins. The sky darkened, a shroud of night cloaked the city. And in that stillness, I saw it, Aurelia's hand reaching out to Marcus, bridging the chasm forged by fear and misunderstanding. "We must find a way to coexist," she implored, her voice now softer, like a melody seeking harmony amid dissonance. "There is room for both our beliefs. We can build something new, something beautiful." But Marcus recoiled, the weight of tradition clinging to him like a shroud. "You speak of peace as if it were a simple thing, Aurelia. They want our blood, our very essence." The tension wound tighter, the threads of their fates interlacing, a delicate balance teetering on the edge of conflict. I could feel the heartbeat of the city, the pulse of its people echoing with uncertainty and sorrow. It was a ragged symphony, a cacophony of old and new clashing in the shadows. Aurelia's voice broke through the noise, a beacon in the darkness. "Then let us be the light. Let us show them that we can rise from the ashes." I could taste the steel in her words, the fire of rebellion igniting something dormant within me. The world was shifting beneath our feet, the tides of faith crashing against the shores of uncertainty. I felt myself drawn into the fray, swept along by the currents of their struggle, wanting to scream, to laugh, to cry, an eruption of life amid the stillness. And in that moment, I realized I was not just a witness to history, I was part of its unfurling tapestry, woven into the very fabric of this brutal transition. I remember the way the stars trembled above, as if the cosmos held its breath, waiting for us to choose our path. The air thickened with anticipation, and the night swallowed us whole, but the struggle lingered, the echoes of our voices blending into the dark, a haunting refrain, unresolved yet alive. The city lay before us, a battleground of faith and hope, a canvas poised for reinvention. And as the flames flickered in the distance, I knew this was only the beginning, an endless loop of sacrifice and resurrection, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of change, where every breath was a step into the unknown. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and something more primal, the fear of the unknown. Darkness curled like smoke around the corners of the room, a suffocating embrace. I could hear the rattling breaths of the others, their hearts drumming a frantic rhythm against the silence. It was as if the very walls were listening, waiting. I stood in the center, a trembling figure among shadows, each face etched with uncertainty. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shapes, like tortured souls dancing on the brink of despair. "I can't take this," whispered Miriam, her voice barely a thread above the darkness. I turned to her, eyes wide, searching for strength in her fragile frame. She was a mosaic of fears and hopes, her faith twisted into a desperate plea. Still, she clung to the tattered remnants of her belief, convinced that there was light beyond this suffocating night. "Do you really think," she continued, her eyes reflecting the dim light like shards of glass, "that our lives end here? That there's nothing but dust and darkness?" Her words hung in the air, thick and heavy, a challenge to the silence that enveloped us. Across the room, Marcus sat hunched over, his fingers digging into the earth beneath him, a man whose heart had been crushed by loss, who had buried his children beneath the weight of a cruel, indifferent world. The memory of their laughter echoed in his mind, twisted into haunting ghosts that refused to let him go. "What is left for us?" he suddenly spat, his voice a jagged shard of despair. "What hope can there be in a God who lets us suffer like this?" His fury sliced through the air, raw and visceral, igniting something in Miriam. "You don't understand," she cried, her voice trembling. "You don't know what it means to believe in something beyond this. In the resurrection, in eternal life. Her words were a desperate lifeline, yet they only deepened Marcus's rage. Eternal life, he laughed, a sound that echoed with bitter irony. You mean the same life that's been ripped away from us? What could possibly lie beyond the grave that's worth clinging to? The shadows seemed to recoil from his anger, as if afraid to touch the truth of his pain. I stood there, caught in the storm of their conflict, feeling every heartbeat echo in my chest like a drum signaling the end. I remembered my own mother's stories, the tales woven with threads of hope and dread, where fire and brimstone danced hand in hand with paradise. She said the righteous would soar among the stars, while the wicked would be cast into torment, gnashing their teeth in darkness forevermore. But what did that even mean? The weight of uncertainty pressed against my chest. I remembered the echoes of the past, the teachings of those before us, the whispers of philosophers and prophets, all painting beautiful pictures of the afterlife, yet steeped in their own contradictions. For every promise of resurrection, there lay a shadow of despair, a rejection of the earthly bonds we held dear. You think the afterlife is a paradise? Marcus shot back, fingers trembling with suppressed pain. I saw my children's eyes dim. I watched them fade into nothingness. Paradise doesn't exist, it's a lie we tell ourselves to survive the night. His voice cracked, laid bare like a wound refusing to heal. Miriam stepped closer, narrowing the distance, her face a mix of sympathy and indignation. But what if it is real? What if there's more? The martyrs believed, died for their faith. They saw visions, spoke of hope. How can you disregard their sacrifice? Her words hung in the air, a haunting melody that tugged at the fraying edges of Marcus's resolve. He looked away, eyes pooling with memories that threatened to drown him. Sacrifice or madness? What if they were wrong? Outside, the night grew deeper, the wind howling like a mournful spirit. The shadows dripped with meaning, swirling around us, teasing and taunting. I could almost see them, the lost souls wandering through the veil, trapped between worlds. I remember, I whispered, my own voice trembling, the stories of the fields of Elysium, the golden gates of heaven. I remember the laughter and light, the promise of reuniting with those we love. I felt the weight of my own longing, the ache for the impossible, a connection that seemed to slip further away with each moment. But here we are, trapped in this dark room, battling our own ghosts. Miriam turned to me, her eyes alight with an intensity that could ignite fires. Maybe that's why we fight. Maybe the afterlife, if it's real, exists in the love we hold for one another. In the hope we cling to, no matter how fragile. And if there is nothing? Marcus's voice was a low growl, heavy with the burden of reality. What then? Silence enveloped us like a shroud. The shadows deepened, stretching across the floor like the fingers of despair. I felt an overwhelming pulse of fear, a visceral fear that clawed at my insides. What if the abyss awaited us, cold and unyielding? What if the stories we held so dear were nothing but the whispers of broken promises, echoing across time? I stood at the edge of belief and disbelief, teetering between the two worlds, my heart a battleground. The clock ticked on the wall, each sound a reminder of our mortality, each second a countdown to the inevitable end. In that moment, I realized it wasn't about whether the afterlife existed. It was about how we chose to live in the face of the unknown, how we gathered our joys and sorrows into a tapestry of existence. I could feel it then, that pulse of emotion, a blend of hope and heartache that twisted through the air like a haunting melody. We were all running from something, fear, grief, doubt, yet here we stood, bound by a shared struggle. The darkness whispered, and in the silence, we found strength. Miriam reached out, her hand brushing against Marcus's shoulder, a fragile connection amidst the chaos. We may not have the answers, but in this moment, we have each other. We have the choice to believe, to fight against the shadows. And in the depths of that moment, I understood. The afterlife could be a distant star, but the real battle lay in the here and now. It lay in the choices we made, the connections we forged. As the darkness pressed in, I felt the spark of hope flicker, fragile yet undeniable. The night was far from over. Time stretched like a taut string, and the confrontation between fear and faith loomed like a storm on the horizon. We were on the brink of something, teetering at the edge of belief, a confrontation that would either shatter us or bind us closer together. The shadows whispered, anticipation crackled in the air, and as we stood on the precipice, I knew this was just the beginning. The air crackled with an unspeakable tension, a silence that screamed of anguish, a prelude to the chaos that lay ahead. Marion stood at the edge of the darkened forest, her heart thundering like a drum of war. Shadows twisted among the trees, whispering secrets of lost souls, while an uncanny chill wrapped around her like a shroud. She could hear the distant cries of the damned, a haunting melody that echoed through the creeping fog, sending shivers down her spine. "Please, not again," she murmured, her voice barely a breath against the cacophony of despair. She remembered her childhood, how her mother would talk about hell like it was a place just beyond the horizon, just beyond the light. "If you misbehave, Marion, the flames will consume you," she had said, her face a mask of stern love. But today, it wasn't just a warning, it was a reality. And there was Gabriel. Oh, Gabriel, lost yet unyielding, a tempest in human skin, pacing amongst the ruins of what once had been a sacred ground. His eyes, stormy and dark, reflected the anguish of countless betrayals, and in that moment, he was both a warrior and a coward, fighting against the demons within while succumbing to the fear of external darkness. "What if we become them?" he shouted into the void, a desperate plea swallowed by the night. His hands trembled, the weight of 1,000 sins pulling him down, each one a reminder of the price of salvation that seemed perpetually out of reach. Marion's heart ached for him, a sharp pang of love and despair. She remembered their laughter, the careless moments beneath the sun, before the shadows grew long and the concept of hell seeped into their very bones. "I remember," she whispered, "when we thought love could save us. But hell had its own gravity, pulling them closer to the edge with every transgression, every fleeting thought that danced along the precipice of sin." It was a nightmarish paradox, believing in the redemptive power of love while simultaneously feeling the pull of damnation. "How can I save you when I can barely save myself?" she cried, her voice cracking like the brittle branches overhead. The forest groaned, a living entity that seemed to echo their turmoil. It held secrets in its depths, the kind that thrived on fear. Marion felt a hunger deep within her, something primal clawing to the surface. "What does it mean to be damned?" she pondered, each thought an echo of early Christian texts that spoke of eternal fire, of gnashing teeth, of souls encased in darkness. Those ancient words, once mere tales of warning, now loomed large before her like an inescapable fate. Gabriel turned, his face twisted with the weight of revelation. "You think they are just stories? Just tales spun to scare children?" His voice turned sharp, cutting through the damp air. "No, Marion, they are blueprints of our existence. We walk the fine line every day between heaven and hell. Every choice we make, every lie we tell, pulls us deeper into the abyss." And as he spoke, Marion felt the earth tremble beneath her feet, a reminder that the ground was just as haunted by history as they were. She thought of the ancient philosophers, the theologians who had debated the nature of hell. Was it a literal place or merely a state of mind? The whispers of the damned echoed through her memory, the flames licking at the souls of the unrepentant. "What if we become the echoes?" she asked, dread coiling in her gut. "Then we must fight," he said, determination sparking in his eyes. "We must claw our way toward the light, to the vision of paradise we once had." But the night thickened, shadows deepening, and she felt the pull of despair, the weight of inevitability. "Can love truly redeem us?" she breathed, fear lacing her words. With each heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted, a palpable tension that vibrated through the trees. The forest was alive with the stories of the forsaken, the echoes of those who had wandered too far into the darkness. Each rustle of leaves whispered of past transgressions, of the souls who had been lost to the flames. "That's the question, isn't it?" Gabriel murmured, as they stood at the crossroads of their decisions. "We can either accept the fire or rise above it. But the choice is ours, and every moment lingers like the scent of smoke in the air." The ground beneath them felt fragile, as if it might crack open and swallow them whole at any moment. The fear of slipping into hell, of becoming nothing more than a memory, was a palpable thing, a shroud of dread that threatened to ensnare them. Marion took a step closer to Gabriel, their fingers brushing against each other, a lifeline amidst the chaos. I remember, she said again, the words a desperate prayer, when we thought the world was full of light. Before the shadows, he replied, voice low and haunted, as if the weight of the past was pressing down on him. Before we knew love could hurt. And then, there it was, a flash of light, blinding and ethereal, illuminating the darkness that surrounded them. A glimpse of hope, of a love that might survive even the worst of hell's clutch. But it flickered, a dying star on the brink of collapse, leaving them to wonder if they had the strength to reach for it. They stood together, suspended in that moment of uncertainty, the shadows creeping ever closer, gnawing at their resolve. The air was thick with the scent of burning ember, the promise of pain and suffering that lay just beyond their grasp. What did it mean to be human if not to risk it all for a flicker of light? The forest whispered, the ground trembled, and the heart of the cosmos seemed to hold its breath as they faced the darkness together. And as the night crept on, Marion felt the pulse of eternity beating around them, the unraveling of time itself, as if every moment was a thread that could be cut at any second. They were caught in the web of their own choices, the weight of history pressing down, and they had to decide, would they fight or let the flames consume them whole? The confrontation loomed, the air electric, but the answer remained as elusive as a dream, dancing just out of reach, forever tantalizingly close, and infinitely far. A scream shatters the silence, raw and piercing, echoing through the sulphurous air. It is not merely a cry, it's the sound of despair, of souls trapped in a nightmare, eternally clawing at the walls of their own making. I stand at the precipice of this wretched place, poised between the flickering shadows and the unrelenting gloom, my heart pounding like a drum heralding an inevitable doom. The air is thick with the stench of fear, a miasma that wraps around you, suffocating, whispering of sins left unconfessed. There are 3 of us. I am one, the others are Helen and Marcus, each bearing the weight of their pasts like chains, invisible yet unbreakable. Helen, her face a mask of anguish, stands trembling beside me, her hands wringing together, desperate to erase the memory of the lives she's taken. I can almost see the ghosts flitting around her, specters of the innocent, an unending parade of guilt. Then there's Marcus, whose humor is a thin veil for his torment. He laughs, but his eyes betray him, glistening with tears unshed, haunted by a bitterness that lingers like a shadow. Is this what we deserve? Helen whispers, her voice trembling, barely more than a breath. The question hangs in the air, heavy and oppressive, like the weight of the centuries that have passed. I can't answer. Instead, I look into the depths of this abyss, a place carved from the darkest corners of human imagination. It is hell, not the fiery pit of medieval tales, but a labyrinth, a twisted architecture of despair, where each level is a reflection of the sins committed upon the earth. I remember the stories, the levels, the punishments. Each one a gruesome spectacle, a testament to divine retribution. The first level, Limbo, where the souls of the virtuous pagans wander, forever longing for a glimpse of grace. They move like shadows, their hopes extinguished, and I can feel their yearning clawing at my heart. I am drawn to them, but I know the pain of longing all too well, the ache of a love never returned. Then there are the levels of torment, the gluttons wallowing in filth, their flesh dripping, their cries drowned out by the howling winds of despair. I shudder, the image burning into my mind. I see Marcus's face twist in horror as he remembers the feasts he indulged in, the faces of those he ignored, their eyes pleading as he savored each bite. This is madness, he murmurs, shaking his head as if to dispel the memories. But madness is the very fabric of this place. Next, the lustful, eternally swept away by storms of their own desires, bodies entwined, spirits shattered. I see their faces, twisted in ecstasy and agony, their cries mingling, a cacophony of sins. Is this what we become? I ask, my voice trembling. Helen's eyes brim with tears, and I realize that while I fear the depths of hell, it is the reflections of our own lives that terrify us most. I feel the ground tremble beneath us, a tremor that resonates through my bones. A reminder that we are not alone. We are surrounded by the lost, the damned, but what of redemption? The question hangs like smoke in the air. Would they forgive us if they could? Would we forgive ourselves? Each choice has a consequence, I whisper, thinking of the choices I made, the lives I shattered. I feel the weight of their eyes on me, the judgment, and it digs deep. I turn away, but Marcus catches my gaze. "You can't run from this, you know," he says, his voice soft but firm. "We are here for a reason." I remember the clocks in this place, their hands spinning chaotically, mocking the very notion of time. Each tick a reminder, a countdown to something unfathomable. Time is a cruel master here, seconds bleed into eternity, moments stretch into infinity. I can't escape the relentless march, the cruel irony that every heartbeat brings me closer to my own reckoning. The shadows shift, coiling around us like serpents, whispering secrets of despair. What if we are just echoes? Helen asks, her voice barely a whisper. What if our lives were stories written by someone else, and we're just actors playing our parts? It's a thought so chilling it freezes my blood. I look around, at the lost souls, and realize they are all stories, fragments of existence woven together in a tapestry of torment. A sudden roar erupts from the darkness, and I jump as a figure materializes, a warden of this hellish place, eyes burning like coals. He strides toward us, his face a mask of fury and sorrow, a reflection of the very wrath we fear. "You think you can escape," he snarls, and the ground shakes beneath his feet. "You are bound to your sins, and here, they will consume you." Marcus steps forward, defiance etched into his features. "We are more than our sins," he shouts, his voice echoing against the walls. The warden's laughter is a sharp blade, slicing through our hope. "You are defined by what you have done, and it will be your undoing," he retorts, and I can feel the truth in his words, like a knife plunging deep into my heart. "Maybe there is no escape," Helen murmurs, her voice breaking. "Maybe we are meant to face this, not for punishment, but for understanding." A flicker of light shines in her eyes, an ember of strength igniting against the dark. I want to cling to it, to believe in the possibility, but the warden's gaze is unyielding, and I feel the weight of my truth pressing down, suffocating. In this moment, I realize we are not just victims of our circumstances, we are the architects of our own despair, builders of our own hell. What if this is not the end? I ask, my heart racing as hope battles despair. The shadows flicker, and for a heartbeat, I wonder if it's possible to break free from the chains, to rewrite our stories even here, in this forsaken place. The warden's laughter fades into the distance, and silence envelops us again, pressing down like a shroud. I glance at Marcus and Helen, their faces reflecting a turmoil of fear and determination. I remember the ghosts that haunt us, the choices we made, and the paths we've walked. I remember the echoes of our laughter, now drowned out by the cries of the damned. And as the shadows close in, as the lines between torment and salvation blur, I realize we are suspended in a moment that stretches into infinity, a dance of despair and hope, forever entwined. Our hearts beat as one, pulsing against the darkness, and I feel the weight of our shared existence, binding us together in this eternal struggle. As the warden's figure fades into the darkness, we are left alone, teetering on the edge of revelation. The structure of hell looms around us, a labyrinth of suffering and reflection, and we are trapped within its embrace, searching for a way out. A tempest brews in the air, thick with despair and dread. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoes through shadowy alleyways as if the very fabric of reality is mourning. Somewhere in the darkened streets, a figure lurks, its silhouette sharp against the feeble glow of a flickering street lamp. A whisper of wind carries a chilling promise, a taste of sulfur, as if the ground itself remembers the terror it has swallowed. I remember the first time I felt it, the cold grip of fear, like icy fingers wrapping around my heart. It was a night not unlike this, cloaked in an unsettling silence. I was walking home, and then I saw him. Satan. Not the horned caricature of fairy tales, but a man, sharp-edged and exquisite. His eyes glinted like polished obsidian, promising both temptation and torment. I froze, caught in the web of his gaze, as shadows danced behind him, flickering like the last embers of a dying flame. "Do you want to know the truth?" he asked, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he were an artist unveiling a masterpiece of suffering. I could see the shadows, the demons, swirling at his feet, their whispers curling around me like smoke. Each one a fragment of unfulfilled desire, of rage simmering beneath the surface of my soul. I remember how my heart raced, a frantic drum in the silence. I was terrified, yet drawn to him, like a moth to a flame. There was something hauntingly seductive about his presence, something that made the ground feel alive beneath me, thrumming with secrets. He beckoned, and I felt every part of me tilt toward the precipice of despair, a leap into the abyss, where pain mingles with the sweet nostalgia of lost dreams. "Fear not," he breathed, and the air thickened with an intoxicating blend of allure and anxiety. "You think you know me? I am just the mirror reflecting your darkest fears. I am not your enemy, I am your truth." His voice rolled over me like thunder, and I could almost hear the sigh of countless souls trapped within the confines of their own making. And then there were the demons, those wretched shadows, each one a manifestation of our collective anguish. I remember the one named Malachi, with eyes like burning coals, hovering just behind Satan. He was once the angel of mercy, a guardian turned tormentor, and now he wore his anguish like a second skin. "You think you can escape," he hissed, venom dripping from his words. "We are inside you, every fear, every regret. You cannot run from what you are." It struck me then, the absurdity of it all. Here we were, mere mortals, dancing on the strings of our own creation, puppets in a theater of woe. I felt a rush of laughter bubble up, a mad giggle that escaped my lips. What a farce! I thought. We bathe in our sorrow, yet we cling to it as if it were a warm embrace. I watched as Malachi writhed in frustration, a twisted echo of the angel he once was. He was resplendent in his misery, an embodiment of fallen grace. I saw my own reflection in him, flawed, broken, longing for redemption yet shackled by choices made long ago. "Every soul carries a price," Satan whispered, his voice a smooth caress that grazed my skin. "What have you sacrificed for your moment of bliss? What will you give up to fill that void?" His question hung in the air, a palpable weight that pressed against my chest, forcing me to confront the aching truth of my own existence. I remember the city loomed large around us, a twisted carnival of light and dark. Neon signs flickered like dying stars, casting shimmering reflections on the wet pavement. Each step I took echoed in the night, a heartbeat of desperation, a plea for understanding. The whispers of demons filled the air, their laughter a cruel melody threading through the streets, mingling with the grim realities of life, of death, of choices made. And then, from the depths of my own soul, a memory clawed its way to the surface, my childhood, innocent and bright, stained by the shadows of regret. I had once dreamt of being a hero, a savior. But here I stood, facing the embodiment of my worst fears, and all I could do was laugh at the irony, the absurdity. "I have become the villain in my own story," I murmured, and the demons cheered, their cacophony filling the void left by my misplaced hope. "Embrace it," Satan urged, an alluring smile curling his lips. "Embrace the darkness, it is a part of you. You cannot escape what you are." The air crackled with the tension of my internal struggle, my desire for light battling the all-consuming pull of despair. I could feel the demons closing in, their presence a cold shroud, reminding me of every failure, every lost moment. "You think you can drown us out with laughter?" Malachi taunted, his voice a serpent's hiss. "We are the echoes of your broken dreams, the shadows that flicker at the edge of your consciousness." I remember stepping back, the world spinning as the truth cracked wide open. I stood at the crossroads of my soul, one path leading to the hollow promise of light, the other plunging deep into the heart of darkness. My breath quickened, each inhale a gasp for something, anything, to cling to. But there was no escape. The darkness roared with laughter, a symphonic blend of agony and joy. I was ensnared in a web spun from my own choices, the demons circling like vultures, waiting for the moment I faltered. And as I stood there, caught between the past and the abyss, I felt something shift within me. I was not just a witness, I was a participant in this macabre dance of existence. My flaws were not shackles, but badges of a life lived in full color, a chaotic palette of joy and sorrow. The shadows quivered, hesitant, as if they felt the tremors of my resolve. Perhaps, I thought, it's not about escaping the darkness but finding beauty within it. Satan's eyes sparkled with delighted malice, a storm brewing behind them. "You're beginning to understand," he murmured, the air thick with transformation. "This is not the end, it's merely the beginning." The demons, furious yet intrigued, hovered closer, their forms shifting like smoke, winding into something new, something I could almost grasp. The laughter around me pulsed with a frenetic energy, a rhythm that matched the beating of my heart, urging me forward into the depths of my own despair. In that moment, I stood on the edge, suspended between light and dark, each breath a silent promise. I remember, and I realized, maybe the cycle would never truly break. Maybe the demons would always linger, but I could choose how to dance with them. And as the clock struck 1, the shadows enveloping me began to twist and turn, threatening to pull me deeper into an eternal night. I didn't resist, I embraced it. Because in that darkness, I felt alive. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the quiet town like a distant thunderclap, an ominous reminder that time was slipping away. I stood outside the darkened church, its steeple piercing the starlit sky, casting a shadow that felt alive, breathing, lurking. The air was thick with expectation, the kind that clutched at your throat and made every nerve in your body vibrate. Inside, the congregation sat in hushed whispers, faces pale, hands trembling, gripped by the weight of what lay ahead. I could feel the pulse of their fear, a living thing that wrapped around us all like a thick fog. Maggie was there, her face a canvas of anxiety and defiance, eyes flaring with an unquenchable fire. She had always been the fighter, the one to call out injustices, to stand in the face of authority, yet here she was, trembling like a child before the unknown. What if it's true, she had whispered to me just moments before, a question that echoed in the hollow of my chest. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the way her resolve cracked like ice underfoot. We had grown up together, tangled in the same web of sin and salvation, yet our paths had begun to diverge. I remember the night we stole away to the river, giggling under the moonlight, daring each other to leap into the dark water, our laughter rising like smoke. But now, as the weight of sin hung heavy in the air, I could feel the distance between us, a chasm carved out by choices. I had made mine, quiet, unassuming sins that gnawed at me in the dark. She had made hers, loud and raw, scars etched across her soul. The pastor's voice boomed suddenly, shattering the silence, a clarion call that sent chills racing down my spine. "We stand at the precipice," he declared, eyes alight with fervor, words like fire spilling from his tongue. "The sins of this world cry out for judgment." Each word struck like a hammer, driving nails into the coffin of complacency. I watched as the congregation stirred, a tide of bodies swept along by the current of his conviction, each heart resonating with the fear of what awaited on the other side of this life. In that moment, I couldn't help but remember my own sins, the whispers of regret that clawed at my consciousness. I had betrayed those closest to me, allowing pride to blind me. Echoes of laughter turned to cries of anguish, haunting me like specters in the night. The weight of my choices felt like chains, binding me to a fate I could scarcely comprehend. And yet, standing there, in the shadow of the church, I felt the tug of hope, as fragile as a spider's web, glimmering in the dark. Next to me, Maggie shuddered, her breath quickening. "What if God doesn't forgive us?" she whispered. The question hung there, a specter of doom, and I felt my heart race in response. Could we be so far gone that forgiveness was no longer an option? The thought curled around my mind like smoke, suffocating and intoxicating. I wanted to reach out, to tell her we were not lost, that grace was still within reach, but my own doubts clawed at my throat. Outside, the night deepened, shadows lengthening as the clock ticked away the seconds. I could almost hear the whispers of the damned, those who had lived recklessly, heedless of sin, now trapped in the eternal night. I imagined their faces, twisted in despair, pleading for absolution that never came. Fear gripped me like a vice, squeezing the breath from my lungs. What if we were destined to join them? And then came the scream from within, the sound of flesh meeting flesh, a visceral cry that cleaved through the tension like a knife. The congregation gasped, a collective inhalation that echoed around the room, hearts pounding in unison, fear gripping us all. I turned to Maggie, her face pale, eyes wide, and for a moment, we were bound together in that shared terror, two souls wrestling with the weight of our sins, standing at the edge of eternity. The pastor's voice wavered, caught between a fervent plea for salvation and the dawning realization of what sin truly meant. "Every choice matters," he cried, and I could see the truth of it in his eyes, the urgency of each heartbeat, the weight of every moment. "We will not escape judgment." My mind raced, memories flashing like lightning, moments of triumph turned to ashes, laughter turned to tears. I remembered that same river, the water dark and deep. I remembered the time Maggie had dared me to confess my sins, and I had laughed it off as foolishness. Now, the laughter felt distant, echoes of a childhood that seemed impossibly innocent. And then, in that charged silence, an unholy stillness settled over us like a pall. The darkness seemed to breathe, wrapping around me, a shroud of despair. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground, caught in a web of choices, sin spiraling toward a reckoning that felt inevitable. With a sudden jolt, the church doors swung open, revealing the night, a vast expanse, an abyss of possibilities, but also a reminder of the sins we could not escape. An unearthly chill swept through the room, a whisper of judgment beckoning us to face what we had done. And there, in that harrowing moment, we stood on the precipice of eternity, every heartbeat a drumroll to the end, every breath a silent prayer, an invitation to redemption or despair. I turned to Maggie, our eyes locking in a moment that felt like the closing of a chapter, a silent acknowledgement of our flaws, our fears, our hopes. In that split second, I knew we were bound by our sins, yet somehow still clinging to the fragile thread of grace. The clock ticked louder, a reminder that time was running out. And just like that, the world around us blurred, the church fading into the shadows, our existence a mere wisp of smoke before an unyielding flame. We stood, heartbeats racing, as the darkness loomed closer, threatening to swallow us whole. The final confrontation awaited, and we were left to grapple with the weight of our sins, the choices that had brought us to this moment, and the haunting question, would we emerge unscathed, or would we fall into the depths of despair? The air crackled with an unholy tension, a silence so thick it suffocated. In the shadows of an ancient stone temple, two figures stood locked in a battle of wills, the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on their shoulders. The flickering torchlight caught the glimmer of despair in Miriam's eyes, her heart racing like a drum in her chest. She could hear the whispers of the past, the cries of the damned echoing through the chambers of her mind. I remember the night they took my brother, she gasped, her voice tearing through the stillness. I remember the screams that filled the air, the taste of blood in my mouth, the darkness swallowing him whole. Eli, his brow furrowed with anguish, stepped closer. The scent of damp earth and aged stone wrapped around them like a shroud. "We can't let the fear control us," he pleaded, the tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "We have to confront it, whatever hell lies ahead." Hell. The word twisted in the pit of Miriam's stomach, coiling like a serpent ready to strike. What they had learned, what was whispered in shadowed corners, was a blurring of nightmares and prophecy. The Jewish text spoke of a fiery abyss, a Gehenna where the soul met its reckoning, a place of everlasting torment for the wicked. But that was old, so very old. The shadows had shifted since then, morphing into something more sinister, more absolute. Miriam and Eli stood at the precipice of uncertainty, caught between the wisdom of their ancestors and the burgeoning beliefs that threatened to drown them. The early Christians had drawn from the well of Jewish tradition, transforming Gehenna into an inferno of eternal damnation, a fiery pit reserved for those who strayed too far from the light. Their vision was a stark, chilling landscape, painted with the brush strokes of fear and guilt, a draconian vision of salvation that sent shivers down her spine. "I can't forget what they said," Eli continued, his voice steadying as he brushed his fingers against the rough stone wall. "They spoke of unquenchable fire, of worm and darkness, of a torment that never fades. I can almost see it, a swirling chaos of shadows, lost souls screaming for salvation. It haunts me." Miriam closed her eyes, visions of her brother's face flickering before her like a dying flame. She remembered the love, the laughter, the warmth of their shared moments, now replaced by an unbearable quiet. "What if it's true?" she breathed, the question hanging in the air like a specter. "What if we are truly damned? What if he is lost?" The silence grew heavy, palpable, wrapping around them like a vice. Eli's face contorted with fear, and for a moment, she saw the boy he once was, a boy who believed in the goodness of the world, who thought love could save them from hell. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his, feeling the warmth radiate between them. "We can't let the shadows swallow us whole," she whispered fiercely. "Not now, not ever." Eli swallowed hard, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "Then we fight," he declared, the conviction in his voice slicing through the darkness. "We confront hell, expose it for what it is. Because if hell exists, we must bring light to it, or it will devour us." Miriam nodded, her heart pounding like thunder in her ears. Together, they would navigate this labyrinth of despair, this haunting landscape woven from the fabric of their fears and faith. The darkness of hell loomed at the edges of her vision, but there was a flicker of hope, a glimmer of rebellion against the fate that threatened to engulf them. As they stepped forward into the unknown, the stone walls seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, each whisper of the past echoing their resolve. The shadows twisted with malevolence, but Miriam clung to the spark of defiance ignited in Eli's eyes. With every step, they challenged the very definition of hell, refusing to be mere echoes of suffering. They would rewrite the narrative of despair. They would confront the fear that lurked within the hearts of their people, exposing the myths that tangled with reality, the horrors that held them hostage. For if hell was a creation of fear, then perhaps, just perhaps, they could unmake it. "Do you feel it?" Miriam asked breathlessly, her pulse an echo of the flickering flames around them. "The way the darkness presses in? It feels alive." "Yes," Eli replied, his voice a low tremor. "And it's terrifying. But we are not alone in this. We have each other, and that is our strength." The air thickened, the shadows swirling like a tempest, and in that moment, Miriam realized the truth she had long buried: hell was not merely a place, it was a condition of the soul. It was woven into their fears, their failures, and their grief. It was silent and consuming, but it was also a catalyst, a call to action. With newfound resolve, they pressed on, the stone temple morphing into a crucible of their shared strength. The echoes of the past faded into whispers, overwhelmed by the surge of their hope. They were no longer just two frightened souls, they were a force of nature, tearing through the fabric of despair, determined to ignite the flame of understanding in the hearts of their people. Behind them, the specters of doubt stirred, dark and ominous, but as they moved forward, Miriam felt the shadows receding. They were on the brink of a revelation, teetering on the edge of something profound. And in that charged atmosphere, she understood, to confront hell was not to deny its existence, but to embrace the light that could guide them through it. The darkness may have loomed, but the flicker of their spirits burned brighter. They would carry the weight of their ancestors' fears, their haunting memories, and transform them into something new, a testament to resilience, a rejection of the shadows that sought to consume. And as they stepped deeper into the abyss, hand in hand, they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The confrontation awaited, a collision of light and darkness, love and fear, hope and despair. It was a journey, yes, but one they would take together, unafraid and unyielding, echoing the truth that life, even in its most chilling moments, could ignite the brightest flames. The chill in the air wrapped around me like a vice, every breath I took heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. A clock ticked somewhere in the distance, each second echoing like the footsteps of the damned, a cold reminder that time is both a friend and foe. I stood at the threshold of a dimly lit chapel where shadows danced with a life of their own, whispering secrets of the past, taunting me with their echoes. My heart raced, not from fear, but from the anticipation of confronting something ancient, something that had twisted the very fabric of belief itself. Anna, a devout acolyte with faith like a raging wildfire, knelt at the altar, her hands trembling, eyes fixed on the flickering candles. "This isn't just about us anymore," she breathed, her voice cracking. "It's about salvation. It's about what we believe hell really is." I could see the conflict swirling within her, a tempest that threatened to consume her whole. The church had taught her so much, yet it had given her chains too, chains she fought against, but they gripped her tighter with every doubt that crept in. "Do you really think they watch us?" I asked, my voice trembling more than I wanted to admit, the weight of centuries pressing down on my shoulders. Those souls trapped in darkness. I glanced at the stained glass, the figures frozen in ecstasy and agony, their faces twisted in eternal despair. What did they know that we didn't? Marcus lingered at the back, arms crossed, a frown etched deep across his brow. He was a skeptic, a relentless critic of the doctrines that had been draped over us like a shroud. Hell isn't some fiery pit, Anna. It's an idea. A manipulation. A way to control us. He stepped forward, the shadows retreating slightly, as if they feared his boldness. What if the real torment is in the fear of it? The fear that binds us to a God who punishes rather than saves. His words hung in the air, heavy and electric. I could feel Anna recoil, her faith trembling under the weight of his accusation. She was a believer, but fear had a way of seeping in, like smoke through cracks in a door. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the flicker of the candles. "Every time I feel the flames licking at my soul, I know it's real. I can smell the sulfur in my dreams." "Dreams can be deceiving," Marcus countered, eyes piercing through the dark. "You can't let them control you. Look at the history." The church twisted the idea of hell to manipulate the masses. "It's all just stories, monsters to keep us in line." But Anna clung tighter to her faith, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, the weight of her beliefs threatening to smother her. "Monsters, or warnings?" she asked, her voice quaking. "What if they're there to remind us of what we can become if we stray too far? Can you really dismiss a fate so grave?" A distant thunder rumbled, and I braced myself, the sound reverberating in my very bones. Panic clawed at my throat. "What if we're too late?" I asked, the words spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. "What if we're already damned? What if the clock is ticking down, and we're just too blind to see it?" Marcus's expression softened, and for a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of doubt flicker in his eyes. "This isn't about the end," he said, voice low, a whisper meant for the shadows. "It's about the now. What if we make hell on earth instead?" The silence that followed was thick, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. The flickering candles cast ghostly shadows that danced along the walls, and I felt the room grow colder, as if the very essence of the chapel responded to our turmoil. In that moment, each heartbeat echoed like a drum of war, a countdown to our collective fate. I remember, Anna's voice broke through the tension, softer now, almost tender. I remember the stories my grandmother told me about the afterlife. Ghosts wandering, lost souls trapped between worlds. I wanted to believe they could find peace. Her gaze drifted to the stained glass, the angels poised in eternal flight. But I'm terrified they're still suffering. That hell isn't just a place, it's the scars we carry. The air grew heavier with her confession, the weight of centuries of doctrine layering upon us like a suffocating blanket. I felt it too, the burden of belief, the fear of the unknown, gripping my heart with icy fingers. "And what if we are the ghosts?" I murmured, suddenly aware of the chilling realization that every soul carries its own inferno, a silent scream echoing in the dark. "Hell lives in the heart," Marcus said, the intensity of his voice rising like a tide. "It's the anguish of doubt, the fear of damnation. It's the chains we forge from our own regrets." The candles flickered with renewed energy, as if rallying in response to our raw emotions, illuminating the truth that lay bare before us. I stepped closer to Anna, feeling the warmth radiate from her, a beacon in this oppressive gloom. "We can't let them win," I said, my voice steadying. "We have to fight against it, against the fear. We have to redefine what it means to be alive." "I remember the warmth of hope," Anna replied, and for an instant, her grip on despair loosened, fingers uncurling as if a weight had lifted. "Maybe we can't change what hell is, but we can change how we live. We can make this life a testament, not a punishment." The clock's relentless ticking faded into the background, replaced by the pounding of our hearts, a fierce drumbeat of rebellion against a doctrine that had held sway for so long. Shadows danced around us, but they felt less like specters of doom and more like echoes of our shared humanity. The confrontation loomed ahead, a confrontation not just with the shadows in that chapel, but with the very essence of what it meant to believe, to love, and to fear. There we stood, three souls entwined in a fragile balance, caught between faith and doubt, light and dark, with the specter of hell looming ever closer, an oppressive reminder of the very real consequences of our choices. And as we faced our own inner demons, the true evolution of hell unfolded not in flames and brimstone, but within the hearts of the living, where the battle for redemption raged with an intensity that could ignite even the coldest of voids. The air crackled with potential, a raw energy ready to be unleashed, as we stood on the brink, teetering between despair and hope, ready to redefine our existence against the unyielding tide of darkness. The wind howled like a banshee through the narrow streets, its icy fingers tugging at the fabric of my cloak as I clung to the crumbling stone wall, heart pounding. Shadows danced around me, flickering in the feeble light cast by the torches, each flicker a heartbeat, a reminder of the moment slipping away. I could hear the distant shouts, the clattering of hooves, the looming presence of fate. A single name echoed in my mind, relentless and haunting: Thomas. Every corner of this forgotten city whispered his name, a martyr who had embraced his calling with a fervor that burned hotter than any flame. I remembered the day we stood together in the square, the sun casting long shadows across our faces. He spoke of sacrifice, of pain as a passage to glory. I laughed then, dismissing his fervent words as youthful zeal. But the laughter faded, replaced by the chilling realization that his faith transformed him into a target, a beacon for those hungry for blood, for redemption painted in crimson. Now, I was alone in this labyrinth of stone and memory. I was both witness and participant in a truth that clawed at my insides. Martyrdom was not just an act of courage, it was a slow descent into the abyss of suffering. Thomas had accepted his fate like a man accepting a glass of poison, knowing it would burn, knowing it would kill, and yet, craving that closeness with the divine. I could hear the echoes of his voice: to die for one's beliefs is not the end, but the beginning. From the shadows emerged Clara, her eyes wide with fear, her breath coming in desperate gasps. "They're coming, Mark! We must go!" Panic laced her words, but beneath that fear lay a stubborn resolve. She was the embodiment of a yearning spirit, battling the ghosts of her own past, each step burdened with the weight of her choices. I saw her as she once was, a girl of light and laughter, before the darkness wrapped its tendrils around her heart. "Don't you see?" she shouted, the intensity piercing through the clamor of the approaching mob. "We can't let their bloodthirst win. We have to fight." But what were we fighting for? I knew her heart as intimately as I knew my own, twisted by guilt and redemption. She had loved Thomas, as I did. Had sung to him under the stars, wrapped in dreams of a brighter tomorrow, where love conquered all. But the world was never that simple. Love had become a battlefield, and now, faced with the specter of loss, she sought to reclaim what was never hers. "Clara, listen to me." I grasped her shoulders, grounding her in the chaos around us. "This isn't a battle of swords. This is a battle of souls." My voice trembled, the weight of my own doubts wrapping around my throat. Thomas chose his path. He believed in redemption through suffering. But what if we're meant to live for him instead? In that moment, I saw the flicker of realization in her eyes. The martyr's flame was not only reserved for those who fell, but for those who remained, haunted by their choices. It was a twisted legacy, a candle illuminating the darkness, but also casting shadows of despair. The clock was ticking, and the night pressed in around us, thick and suffocating. "Stay with me," she whispered, and I felt the warmth of her hand clasp mine, a tether in the storm. We were two flawed beings, groping through the darkness, searching for a flicker of hope. In that connection, I felt the pulse of something greater, the possibility of redemption that came not through sacrifice, but through living, through forging a path in the ashes of what had been lost. The mob surged closer, their shouts blending into a cacophony of rage and righteousness. They were driven by a zeal that chilled my bones, a twisted sense of justice, an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. As we crouched in the shadows, I caught glimpses of their faces, grotesque masks of devotion painted with anger. They believed they were enacting God's will, and in their fervor, they had forgotten the very essence of faith: love over hatred, understanding over fear. I remembered the tenets of our belief, the sacred texts that promised hope and forgiveness. But here, in the grip of night, those words felt like distant echoes, fading into silence. The very air crackled with tension, thick as fog, and within it, the whispers of martyrdom curled like smoke. Was there redemption in death? Or was it merely a haunting specter, a tether to the earth that left us gasping for breath? "Let them come," Clara said fiercely, a fire igniting in her heart, a flame that dared to defy the encroaching shadows. "If we stand together, we can show them what true faith looks like." There was a fierce beauty in her conviction, an unwavering determination that made my heart race. In that moment, I felt the stirrings of my own courage rise, a fragile, trembling thing, but alive nonetheless. The mob descended upon us, a tide of chaos crashing against the fragile dam of our resolve. I closed my eyes, envisioning Thomas as he had been, undaunted, unyielding. His laughter echoed in my ears, a song of faith that defied the darkness. I opened my eyes, and Clara was there, the light in the tempest, holding my hand, reminding me that we were not alone. In that cacophony of thundering hearts and clashing beliefs, we faced the storm, ready to stand for something greater than ourselves. Not for the martyr's death, but for the living, those who carry the weight of love, loss, and redemption. The moment stretched into eternity, a breath held in the balance, suspended between fear and hope, between despair and the promise of dawn. In the depths of that night, as the world trembled on the edge of chaos, I began to understand, martyrdom was not an end, but a beginning, a call to rise, to fight not with swords but with the unyielding strength of our souls. And in that understanding, I found my own redemption, coursing through my veins like fire, ready to ignite the darkness. The air thickens, a weight pressing against the chest, as the heavens split open, revealing a universe aflame with cosmic dread. I stand there, frozen in the moment, heart slamming against my ribs like a prisoner seeking escape. Shadows stretch long beneath the bright, disembodied light, and I feel them whispering, once, twice, the echoes of what I've done, what I've left undone. In this electric silence, a figure stirs, their face obscured, but I know the truths I hide. Evelyn, once vibrant, now a spectre of her former self, stands beside me, trembling. She was my sister, my confidant, the other half of my soul. But betrayal had carved a chasm between us, and every heartbeat hums with the memory of her last breath, the accusation hanging in the air like a noose. It wasn't me, I remember her voice, choked and desperate, pleading for the innocence I had stripped away. In that moment, the last judgment looms before us, a colossal spectre clad in celestial dread. The ground quakes beneath us, a reminder that our time is short, that the moments we took for granted, those silly little arguments over burnt toast, the laughter that echoed through empty hallways, are now just ghosts dancing on the edge of oblivion. I can taste the bitter ash of regret on my tongue. In this cosmic theater, the seat of judgment commands our presence, and I can feel the weight of 1,000 histories pressing down, every sin, every transgression, a stone in the pocket of my conscience. Where do we go when the light fades? I whisper, but Evelyn's eyes dart toward the swirling chaos above, her resolve crumbling like ancient parchment. She is terrified, a child lost in a world that has forgotten her name. Shadows twist around us, curling with sinister grace, each one a memory lurking just beyond reach, flashes of laughter, the scent of freshly baked bread, her soft hand in mine. But each memory is tainted, like a photograph left too long in the sun, fading to obscurity. I remember, I murmur, clinging to the remnants of what we once had. And then, Michael appears. The embodiment of righteousness, a warrior clad in brilliance, yet beneath that shining veneer lies the weight of his own failures. Once my best friend, he stands with that same fierce light, but I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a question, an accusation, a longing for redemption. His voice booms like thunder, echoing off the walls of the universe. What have you done? But it isn't just me he questions, it's the very fabric of our lives, the choices we made in the quiet hours when darkness draped over our hearts. I want to scream, to shake him until he understands. I was lost, drowning in a sea of choices that pulled me under. I remember the nights spent wandering the streets, the warmth of whiskey on my tongue, the laughter rising like smoke into the void. But every laugh masked a truth, a void where love once flourished, now filled with shadows that clawed at the edges of my mind. You don't know. I cry, desperation spilling over. You weren't there when I needed you. You turned away. And his gaze hardens, a clash of righteousness and sorrow. The Last Judgment is not merely a celestial event, it is the moment when we face ourselves, stripped bare of all pretense, where the masks we wear dissolve into nothingness. I can feel the fire of my sins licking at my heels, whispering promises of despair, while the light above beckons with the hope of redemption, a cruel dance between salvation and damnation. I look to Evelyn, her fragile frame trembling, and I want to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of despair. I never meant to hurt you, I say, voice cracking like a fragile glass. But I was weak. And in that moment, the world shifts. The judgment is not just a reckoning of deeds but an exploration of the heart, the wounds we inflict upon one another, the forgiveness we seek but often deny. Above us, the cosmos twists and turns, a living tapestry of despair and hope. The vastness is overwhelming, the stars like eyes watching our every move. I am nothing but a flicker in this grand design, a wisp of smoke in a storm. Each heartbeat echoes louder, resonating with the memories of those I've wronged, the paths I've left unrevealed. Time hangs suspended, spiraling into infinity, a clock ticking down to an uncertain fate. Do you remember the summer by the river? Evelyn's voice breaks through the weight of silence, and suddenly we are there again. The sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, laughter ringing out like the sweetest melody. We were happy then, she whispers, and we both cling to that memory, as if it could shield us from the storm. The judgment we fear is not merely that of the cosmos but the judgment we impose on ourselves, the agony of knowing we could have been something more. Will we be forgiven? Michael's voice trembles, revealing his own fragility beneath the armor of righteousness. The question hangs heavy, a shroud of uncertainty in a world spiraling toward chaos. I grip my heart, yearning for absolution, for the grace that seems so distant. What if we are found wanting? The light above flickers, and darkness gathers, a swirling mass of contradictions. I can sense the cosmic scales tipping, balancing our souls against the weight of our choices. In this moment, the significance of the Last Judgment reveals itself, not as a finality, but as a revelation. It is the collision of our past and present, the raw confrontation with our humanity. The judgment is not merely what we face outside of ourselves, but the unrelenting truths we carry within. And as the light dims, the shadows deepen, I grasp Evelyn's hand, anchoring myself in the warmth of her presence. The confrontation is coming, but in this fleeting moment, I am reminded, it is the love we once shared, the remnants of our hopes and dreams, that might still shine through the thickest darkness. So we stand, trembling yet resolute, on the brink of eternity, waiting to face the reckoning that is as infinite as the cosmos itself. The sun hung low, a bruised orange glow spilling over the crumbling stones of a once mighty Colosseum. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of sweat and fear. I was there, in the seething crowd, a heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. A woman, pale and trembling, stood shackled before the jeering masses. Her breath came in sharp gasps, each one a fragile promise of life against the cruel laughter of the mob. No, she screamed, a roar, piercing plea that cleaved through the din, a desperate whisper that echoed in the pit of my stomach. I remember that moment, the weight of despair, the way it wrapped around me like a shroud, tightening with each taunt. The Romans knew how to punish, they turned agony into a spectacle, transforming the human body into mere meat for the entertainment of the masses. But there, in the shadows, lurked another spectre, one far more insidious. A man, cloaked in darkness, sat alone, his eyes fixed on the woman as if she were a flickering flame drawing him in. His name was Marcus, a soldier haunted by the ghosts of his own past. He wore the scars of his own failures, each one a reminder of the choices that tethered him to this life. He had wielded the sword, but now he felt like a blade dulled by remorse. In his heart, he held the weight of a world that punished with a swift hand, yet the shadows whispered of a different kind of torment, a damnation far worse than any Roman could devise. Do I condemn her? He thought, his mind a battlefield of doubt and guilt. Can I turn away? He could taste the bitterness of indecision, felt it clutching at his throat. Here stood a woman, flesh, blood, and soul, pitted against the brutality of the empire, a mere pawn in a game played by gods and monsters. And yet, in that moment, he felt the stirrings of something greater, a flicker of rebellion igniting in the depths of his despair. Then there was Lydia, the woman in the arena. Her heart raced like a caged bird, fluttering against the bars of her reality. She remembered the warmth of her mother's embrace, the way the sunlight danced on the river, the life that pulsed just outside those iron bars. The crowd's laughter twisted into a knife, sharp and unyielding, slicing through her memories, drowning out the joy of the past. She was tied to a fate she didn't choose, standing on the precipice of her own demise. "I remember," she whispered, her voice trembling, "the river, the laughter, each memory was a thread unraveling her sanity, pulling her deeper into the abyss." In that moment, time stretched and warped, like a cruel joke played by the universe. The crowd roared for blood, for suffering, for salvation through the agony of another. The Roman Empire had perfected the art of punishment. They saw the body as anointed flesh to be marred and mutilated, a canvas for their cruelty. Yet, standing there, in the eye of this storm, Lydia felt a chilling truth seep into her bones. For every lash of the whip, for every broken bone, there lay a promise of something darker, something eternal. What lay beyond the grave, she wondered? What if the real punishment was yet to come? What if damnation was a specter that stalked the living, lurking beneath the skin, waiting to pounce when the light faded? The crowd's cheers morphed into a cacophony of dread. Marcus's heart raced as he recognized the truth wreaking havoc on his soul. "What is damnation?" he asked himself, feeling the suffocating weight of inevitable choice, the choice he had avoided all his life. Was it the fiery pit of hell portrayed by the priests, or was it the searing loneliness in a heart devoid of compassion? The Romans offered swift death, Christianity whispered of an eternity of despair. In that twisted paradox, he found a strange comfort, powerless yet charged with the weight of choice. Would I choose to save her, he pondered, feeling the fire of resolve ignite within him. The moment stretched, each heartbeat a countdown, a ticking clock echoing the inevitable. Would he step forward, break the chains of his own fear, or would he remain a mere spectator, a coward in the face of cruelty? Damnation, Lydia's thoughts spiraled like smoke dissipating in the air, mingling with the cries of the crowd. Damnation isn't just for the dead. Isn't it here, in the lives we endure? Her spirit screamed against the cosmic cruelty of existence. The Romans could take her body, but they could never seize her essence, her defiance. Each moment became a rebellion, a poignant reminder that even in despair, a flicker of hope could blaze into a wildfire. "Remember me," she breathed, looking into the abyss of Marcus's haunted eyes. "Remember the ones who were lost." It was a plea, a prayer, a demand that reverberated through time and space. Her gaze pierced the veil of centuries, challenging the very gods that had turned a blind eye to her suffering. And then, in that heart-stopping silence, Marcus stepped forward. The crowd gasped as he moved, not in anger but in a desperate yearning for connection. What if the greatest punishment was to allow the soul to languish in isolation, to cling to despair without the light of another? He held her gaze, a promise unspoken, a spark igniting in the darkness. The air crackled with tension, a moment suspended in time, a breath held too long. The world narrowed to the space between them, where hope danced on the edge of oblivion. The Romans may have wielded power over flesh, but the true battle lay in the realm of the soul, where damnation could be a choice, or a curse, where mercy could ignite rebellion. And as the crowd roared, as the sun dipped below the horizon, it became clear, this was not just a confrontation of flesh and bone, but a profound reckoning against the very fabric of existence. The lines blurred between the punisher and the punished, the damning and the damned. In that moment, they were all intertwined, caught in the cosmic ballet of suffering and redemption, their destinies woven together in a tapestry of raw, unyielding emotion. And the question lingered, heavy and haunting, what would they choose? The air was thick, stifling, filled with the acrid scent of burnt offerings and whispered regrets. The shadows danced, twisting and contorting into shapes that flickered on the edge of vision, elusive as the hopes that once thrived. I remember the sound of chains clinking, a haunting symphony echoing through the vast nothingness, each note a reminder of the burdens we carry. The ground beneath me felt alive, a restless pulse in sync with my racing heart. And there they were, two souls caught in a turmoil that ripped through the fabric of existence. Lena stood at the precipice, her eyes ablaze with defiance, the lines of her face etched with grief and reckless determination. She had lost so much, the love of her life to the abyss, swallowed whole by despair. "You promised," she screamed, the words slicing through the oppressive silence. "You promised you'd come back." Her voice cracked, a raw, jagged edge that resonated with the agony of countless unfulfilled vows. Each syllable was a dagger, plunging deeper into the heart of the cosmos that mirrored her sorrow. Beside her, Marcus clutched the relic, a rusted key that shimmered with an eerie glow, its surface marred by time. "We need to leave this place," he said, voice trembling, eyes darting around as if the shadows themselves were hostile specters waiting to consume them. He was a dreamer, a fool in love with the idea of redemption, always chasing after lost things, never quite understanding that some doors shouldn't be opened. The key, this can lead us to him. We just have to believe. But belief was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of reality. I remember the way the ground trembled beneath us, as if the underworld itself was groaning under the burden of their anguish. It was a realm painted with shades of despair, a canvas splashed with the blood of forgotten dreams, where each corner held a piece of history that bled into the present. The air crackled with the electricity of their unspoken truths, the tension thick enough to choke even the most hardened of spirits. I felt it, the pulse of their fear seeping into my bones. "Hell isn't just flames and brimstone," Lena spat, her voice a whip of fury. "It's this suffocating silence, the weight of everything unsaid. It's the ghosts of choices, the shadows of what could have been." Her fists were clenched, knuckles white against her pale skin. Each word felt like a confession, a piece of her soul laid bare, raw and vulnerable. He's trapped in a hell of his own making, and we're the ones who put him there. Marcus flinched, shaking his head, caught between the dark allure of the key and the stark reality of their situation. "But we can change it. We can still save him." The hope in his voice was almost laughable, an ember flickering in a tempest. I could see it in his eyes, a desperate yearning to rewrite fate, to pull his friend from the clutches of despair. Yet, I could also see the cracks forming, the realization that some chains exist for a reason. Against the backdrop of this desperate struggle, I felt the echoes of history pressing in, the lessons from generations past, the warnings painted in blood and sorrow. Every choice carries a weight, every step a consequence, and the undercurrents of their emotion swirled like a storm, so palpable it felt like a living thing. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had walked this path long before, the ones who had faced their demons and succumbed to the darkness. I remember the moment Lena took a step forward, crossing an invisible line drawn in the sands of fate. She reached for Marcus, desperation mixing with a flicker of hope in her eyes. "If you believe in us, then believe in the possibility of change. We can't let his ghost linger here, trapped in a purgatory of our making." Her breath came quick, each word a pulse, a heartbeat of their shared grief. But Marcus hesitated, the shadows curling around him like tendrils of doubt. "What if we fail? What if hell is where we belong?" His voice wavered, cracking under the weight of his own fears. "What if this isn't the way out but the beginning of our descent?" The darkness loomed, a chasm of uncertainty that threatened to swallow them whole. It was a question that hung heavy in the air, a haunting melody that echoed through the stillness. I could feel the despair wrapping around me, a suffocating blanket that whispered promises of oblivion. The soil beneath us seemed to breathe, each exhale a reminder that beneath the surface of our struggles lay the remnants of countless souls who had fought and lost. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence, but words failed me like smoke slipping through fingers. Together, Lena whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the cacophony of doubt, her eyes locking onto Marcus with a fierce intensity. "We are stronger together. We can face whatever lies ahead." Her determination washed over him, igniting a flicker of resolve within the shadows. And then it happened, the moment that shattered the stillness. A distant rumble echoed, a thunderous roar that shook the very ground beneath their feet. It was a sound that vibrated through the air, a reminder that the underworld was alive, that it breathed and whispered secrets of the damned. The shadows churned, a tide of darkness crashing against their fragile hopes. For a fleeting heartbeat, time stopped. Lena's breath hitched, and Marcus's grip on the key tightened, knuckles turning white as they faced the impending storm. Their gazes locked, two souls entwined in an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of despair. I felt it, the electric connection, the pulse of fear and hope intertwining, a dance of shadows against the encroaching light. And then, with a surge of emotion that echoed through the very fabric of existence, they plunged forward, two figures against a backdrop of darkness, their hearts racing as they stepped into the unknown. I could feel the heartbeat of the cosmos, a relentless rhythm pounding in my ears, a testament to the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In that moment, they became part of the canvas, the strokes of their lives intertwining with the history of the damned. The key glimmered with a promise, a whisper of what lay ahead, as they prepared to confront whatever awaited them in the abyss, a battle not just for a friend, but for their souls, their very essence. And as they vanished into the swirling shadows, I knew this was only the beginning, a bridge suspended between the haunted echoes of the underworld and the infernal grip of hell. The cycle spun on, a tapestry woven with dreams and despair, where every heartbeat resonated with the intensity of their struggle. The story continued, the threads of fate intertwining with the ghosts of the past, forever caught in the dance of light and dark. The air crackles with tension, a palpable weight pressing down like a stone in your chest. Shadows flicker around the edges of a dimly lit chamber, where two figures face each other. One, tall and imposing, with a gaze that pierces like a blade, Virgil. The other, fiery-eyed and brimming with defiance, Dante. They stand on the precipice of eternity, the fabric of their souls stretched thin as they grapple with the essence of existence itself. It's a standoff that reverberates through the ages, a battle not just of words, but of ideals, of destinies pulling at the threads of their very beings. I remember the day the sky turned black, Dante mutters, voice trembling with the weight of memories. I remember the cries echoing through the streets, the gnashing of teeth, the whispers of despair. His eyes glint with unshed tears, a storm brewing beneath the surface, a tempest of grief and hope. Hell was not just a place for the damned, it was everywhere. It was in the eyes of my beloved Beatrice, in the faces of the lost. Virgil's expression is a mask of stoicism, but within, a tempest brews. And yet, you believe you can carve a path through this chaos? You, a mere mortal, think to challenge the very fabric of the afterlife. There is a hardness in his voice, a challenge wrapped in layers of authority. But behind that authority lies a vulnerability, a flicker of doubt that gnaws at the edges of his stoic facade. What have you learned, Dante? What wisdom do you bring from your journey through the inferno? Time bends around them, a cruel mockery of their struggles. The clock ticks loudly, each second a reminder of their fleeting existence, each moment a weight on their shoulders. Memories collide in a chaotic dance, images of lost souls, of wailing spirits floating through the void, taunting them. I've seen the depths of despair, Dante replies, the fire in his voice igniting anew. I've walked among the damned and returned, not as a hero, but as a witness. I carry their stories, can't you see? Their pain is my pain. Virgil's heart aches. He knows that pain intimately, it wraps around him like an old cloak, familiar yet suffocating. But do you see the danger in your words? To tread upon the ashes of those who suffer is to invite their torment into your own soul. His voice is low, a whisper wrapped in warning, echoing with the wisdom of ages past. Every soul you encounter leaves a mark. Can you bear the weight of their grief? The air grows thicker, suffocating as Dante steps closer. If I must bear it for the sake of understanding, then so be it. I am not afraid of the darkness, Virgil. I embrace it. It is in the abyss that we find the light. The determination in his voice sends chills down Virgil's spine, a tingling awareness of the power he once wielded, a power now threatened by the very truth Dante clings to. But doubt lingers, a shadow lurking at the edges. You speak of light, but at what cost? Each step you take in the name of discovery may lead you deeper into despair. I have walked this path before, young poet, I saw the ruin it wrought upon my own heart. Virgil, with his ancient wisdom, knows the stakes, he has danced with the specters of doubt, felt their icy fingers close around his throat. A flicker of defiance glimmers in Dante's eyes, a spark that refuses to be quenched. Then guide me. Be the light in my darkness. Let us confront this abyss together, Virgil. His voice rises, fierce and unyielding. You are the master, but I am the dreamer. Together, we can chart a course through the chaos, can't we? Dreamers often find themselves lost among the stars, Virgil answers, his heart aching at the thought of guiding this bright, fiery spirit into a darkness he cannot fully fathom. And in those stars lie nightmares that can consume even the purest of hearts. An eerie silence envelops them, a breath held in the stillness of the cosmos. The walls pulse with unspoken fears, a thrum of uncertainty that electrifies the air. Dante's mind races, memories flitting like moths drawn to a flame, visions of lost loves, of friendships torn apart by betrayal, of laughter echoing through empty halls now filled with shadows. "I remember," he whispers, a soft invocation that reverberates through the tension. "I remember the warmth of her smile, the caress of her laughter. I carry that light within me." Light can be deceiving, Dante. The warning hangs heavy, a dark cloud poised to unleash its storm. What you remember may blind you to the truths lurking beneath the surface. "I refuse to let fear dictate my journey." The words burst from Dante like a wildfire, consuming everything in their path. If we cannot confront our fears, then what is the point of our existence? What is the point of this afterlife? Virgil's gaze hardens, a flicker of admiration hidden beneath the weight of his authority. To confront the truth is to invite suffering, he declares. The afterlife is not a mere reflection of our choices, it is a crucible that will test the very core of who we are. Time stretches, the silence growing heavier, the air electric with their unresolved conflict. Dante takes a step back, his heart pounding with both fear and longing, feeling the gulf widen between them, a chasm he cannot leap alone. "I remember every face I've lost, every nightmare I've faced. I would rather risk the abyss than live in ignorance." Virgil stands still, wrestling with the pull of his own memories, the ghosts of his past dancing in the corners of his mind. And if you fall into that abyss, what will remain of you? Who will carry your stories then? The question hangs in the air like a spectre, echoing through the chambers of time. Dante feels the weight of it, the desperation clawing at his chest. The room pulses around them, shadows creeping closer, the darkness whispering secrets only they can hear. With every heartbeat, he realizes the truth: this battle is not just between them, but within themselves, between fear and hope, despair and enlightenment. The confrontation looms, raw and electric, the stakes higher than either could fathom. As their souls intertwine in this moment of reckoning, the abyss beckons, and the clock ticks on, each second a reminder of the fragile nature of existence, each heartbeat echoing the unrelenting quest for meaning in the face of the inevitable. The afterlife stretches before them, dark and unyielding, as they stand at the edge, ready, or perhaps terrified, to leap into the unknown. The wind howled through the cracked windows of the ancient temple, each gust a ghostly wail. Inside, a flickering torch struggled against the encroaching darkness, casting monstrous shadows that danced upon stone walls etched with the faces of forgotten gods. There, at the altar, Aurelia knelt, her heart pounding like a war drum, a relentless beat that echoed her deepest fear: the gods had forsaken her. She remembered the stories her mother used to whisper, tales of the underworld, of shades lost in eternal night, forever clawing at the edges of reality, yearning for the warmth of life. "I remember," her voice trembled like a candle flame, flickering with a mixture of dread and defiance. "I remember the tales of Hades, where the souls of the wicked are chained, gnashing their teeth in despair." She shivered as the cold stone beneath her knee pressed against her skin, a reminder of the finality that awaited her if she did not appease the wrath of the gods. Across the room, Marcus stood, arms crossed, his face a mask of uncertainty. He was a soldier, a man forged from iron and blood. But here, in the sacred space of the temple, he felt like a child, overwhelmed by whispers that seemed to rise from the very stone. A chill ran down his spine, he could almost hear the echoes of his fallen comrades, their laughter now twisted into howls of torment. "Is this how it ends?" he thought, haunted by visions of their faces, eyes wide with terror, reaching out to him from the shadows. "Fear is a beast," he muttered to himself. "It prowls in the darkness, waiting for the moment when your heart wavers, ready to pounce." He was not the only one ensnared in its grasp. He could see Aurelia, her brow furrowed, her breath quickening as if the very air had turned to poison. "What do you fear most?" he asked, desperation lacing his voice. She looked up, her eyes wide, pooling with unspoken dread. "I fear the shadows," she whispered, "the ones that creep closer when night falls, the ones that whisper of the unknown, of what lies beyond this fragile existence." Marcus stepped closer, drawn to her vulnerability like a moth to a flame. "But what if the unknown holds something beautiful?" he asked, trying to mask his own terror with a flicker of hope. Yet deep down, he knew that beauty in the afterlife was a concept reserved for the faithful, and they were anything but. In the darkness, the shadows curled around them, tightening their grip. As if summoned by their fears, the very air grew thick with foreboding. What if we are nothing but echoes? Marcus paced, his voice rising, filling the space with a raw intensity. What if we are just stories told to scare children into obedience? What if there is only silence? Aurelia's heart thundered, resonating with the truth in his words. I can't bear the thought, she said, clenching her fists, nails digging into flesh. To be forgotten, to fade into nothingness. Outside, the city lay cloaked in darkness, its streets empty, the echoes of laughter and life swallowed whole. In that silence, the two of them were isolated, each trapped in the prison of their fears. But even here, in this sanctuary, the specter of death loomed large, an omnipresent shadow that whispered promises of judgment, of divine retribution. I remember, Aurelia closed her eyes, recalling the Roman tales of the afterlife, punishments ripe with agony, where sinners were thrown into pits of fire, their screams mingling with the cries of the damned. The scales of justice, heavy with the weight of my sins. What if my heart is heavier than a feather? Beside her, Marcus's breath caught in his throat. You think we're doomed? No, she breathed, her voice a fragile thread. But the fear of damnation is a sin in itself. It binds us to this mortal coil. As if the universe had conspired against them, the torch sputtered, smoke curling upward like tendrils of despair. There was an ominous crackle, a shift in the very fabric of their reality, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Do you feel that? Marcus whispered, terror creeping through his veins. It's as if the shadows are watching us. Aurelia nodded, her heart racing. They are, she murmured, and they are hungry. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a gust of wind extinguished the flickering flame, plunging them into darkness. Panic surged within Marcus, his hands clawing at the void as he struggled to breathe. Aurelia, he shouted, his voice echoing back, a hollow sound in the suffocating silence. I'm here. Her voice, a whisper, cut through the darkness. Together? The shadows surged, a living entity wrapping around them like a vice, and in that moment, they were no longer mere mortals, they were the embodiment of every fear, every regret that haunted their souls. They could hear the anguished cries of the damned, feel the weight of their sins pressing down like 1,000 stones. This is it. Marcus shouted, his voice breaking. This is our reckoning. But then, a light pierced through the blackness, a ghostly glow illuminating Aurelia's face, her eyes fierce with an unquenchable flame. No, she declared, her voice rising above the suffocating shadows. We will not be defined by fear. We are more than mere echoes. We are the stories we choose to tell. As the light enveloped them, the shadows recoiled, hissing like serpents. Here, in this crucible of fear and faith, they stood at the edge of oblivion, a choice laid bare before them. Heartbeats quickened, breaths caught in throats, as they took their first step toward the unknown. Together, they would confront the darkness, together, they would write their own narrative, one where fear no longer held sway over their souls. And as the light surged, illuminating the path ahead, the shadows lingered, a reminder of the depths from which they had risen, a prelude to the unfolding story yet to come. The sun dipped low, bleeding crimson hues across the sky, casting long shadows that danced like tortured souls on the cobbled streets of Rome. A lone figure stood at the threshold of an ancient temple, the air thick with the pungent odor of incense and the distant echoes of laughter and clinking cups. Cassius, once a proud soldier, now a trembling remnant of his former self, felt the weight of a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. He could almost hear the whispers of the old gods, their voices rising in a cacophony of fury and despair. I remember evenings like this, filled with the rapture of revelry, he thought, clenching his fists until his knuckles screamed. But now? The question hung heavy, clawing at his insides like a ravenous beast. The laughter that once filled his heart felt like a distant melody, replaced by the haunting specter of uncertainty. Across the square, Livia watched from the shadows, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and longing. She had always believed in the festival's joy, the warmth of community, the thrill of the unknown. But now, as the sun dipped into darkness, she felt the chill of a new dawn creeping in, gnawing at the edges of her spirit. She was at war with herself, her faith in the old ways wavered beneath the weight of new doctrines invading every corner of her life. "Why does it feel like betrayal?" she whispered to the night, the word swallowed by the sound of her own breath. The whispers of the gods no longer felt welcoming. They pressed against her mind like a storm cloud, dark and oppressive, and she fought to hold on to the vibrant memories of sacrifices made under starlit skies. "I remember," she paused. "I remember the warmth of offerings, the promise of reward." But that warmth was now a flickering candle, on the verge of extinguishing. And then there was Marcus, standing at the periphery, eyes glazed and heart torn. His shadow loomed large against the crumbling stone, a reminder of a past he could not escape. No longer the spirited youth who delighted in the tales of Jupiter and Venus, he felt the pull of a new morality, one that whispered of love but demanded sacrifice. Was it worth it? The question twisted in his gut, a serpent coiling tighter with every passing moment. "I remember when I could love freely, without chains," he murmured, the weight of his memories dragging him deeper into despair. But love was now a hushed conversation, wrapped in the drapery of church walls, spoken in hushed tones that felt foreign against his tongue. Was it ever truly love if it wasn't allowed to be wild? In the flickering light of torches, the air shimmered with tension. The streets buzzed with a deadly quiet, and Cassius could feel the pulse of change, a heartbeat that quickened with each passing moment. He approached the temple entrance, the stones beneath his feet gritty and unyielding, reminding him of the battles fought long ago. "What do you want from me?" he screamed into the void, voice trembling. The gods remained silent, a mockery of his desperation. Livia stepped from the shadows, her eyes bright with unshed tears, heart racing like a caged bird. "Cassius," she called, urgency dripping from her voice like rain on parched earth. "You must understand, it's not just a festival anymore. It's more than tradition, it's our very souls at stake." He turned, disbelief etched across his face. "And what of our souls, Livia? Will they find solace in a faith that shuns the very essence of who we are? Our laughter, our love, our flesh?" "I don't know," she replied, her voice quivering with uncertainty. "But I feel it in every fiber of my being, the shift, the pull. It's as if the earth beneath us is cracking, and we must choose which side to stand on before it swallows us whole." Marcus stepped forward, fists clenched, heart thundering in his chest like a war drum. "You think we can choose? You think we have a say in this?" His voice was raw, a battle cry filled with anguish and fear. "I refuse to kneel before a god who demands obedience over passion." The three stood in a fragile triangle of shared despair, a tempest brewing in their hearts. Each word hung heavy in the air, pregnant with the weight of unspoken truths. Behind them, the temple loomed like a dark specter, its ancient stones infused with a sorrow that seemed to echo their own. "Do you remember when we danced beneath the stars?" Livia pleaded, vulnerability laid bare. "When the world felt infinite, and our laughter pierced the night like arrows of light." Cassius' heart ached at the memory, he could almost hear the music, see the joy in their faces, the freedom in their movements. "But that world is fading," he choked. "And in its place is a shadow that thrums with dread." As the shadows lengthened and darkness descended like a suffocating shroud, the weight of their choices pressed against them, unrelenting. The moon cast its pale glow, illuminating their faces, revealing the flickers of resolve battling against the rising tide of uncertainty. The weight of the past collided with the promise of the future, each heartbeat echoing the struggle of humanity caught in the throes of transformation. Silence enveloped them, thick and oppressive, punctuated only by the distant sound of a drum, a heartbeat, a call to arms, a reminder that change was here, insistent and unforgiving. "I remember," Cassius began, but the words hung unspoken, tangled in the web of their fear, caught in the turmoil of a world that refused to stand still. And the night stretched on, a canvas of shadows and whispers, as they stood on the precipice of a new dawn, hearts racing beneath the weight of the inevitable. The transition loomed like a specter, its cold fingers reaching out, ready to embrace them, or consume them entirely. The air was electric, heavy with the scent of despair and burnt offerings, as Marcellus stood in the shadow of a crumbling archway. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shapes on the damp stone, and he could feel the weight of 1,000 souls pressing against his chest, suffocating. He could almost hear them, the whispers of the lost, the moans of the damned, as they clawed at the edges of his consciousness. They were waiting, as they always did, for a chance to drag him down into the darkness beneath the city, the abyss where nightmares thrived. "I remember the stories," he murmured to himself, his voice barely breaking the silence. The tales of Charon, ferrying the lost across the Styx, their souls heavy with the sins of the living. I remember thinking, what if I'm not just a witness? What if I'm one of them? His hands trembled, fingers stained with ink and sweat from the scrolls he'd studied so obsessively. Ancient accounts of the Roman underworld pooled in his mind like a stagnant pool, swirling with death and desire, the allure of forbidden knowledge. The myth of the afterlife, where judgment awaited, gnawed at him like a relentless hunger. He wrestled with his fate, caught between the world of the living and the promises whispered in the dark. The shadows danced, and Marcellus felt the pull of something greater than himself, something that demanded to be reckoned with. But it wasn't just him. There was Seraphina, who murmured prayers like incantations, her voice trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. She was the light in Marcellus's storm, but even the brightest fire can be extinguished by darkness. He watched her kneel, her fingers tracing the cold stone floor, searching for solace in the ancient carvings that detailed the myths of Hades and Persephone. The legends haunted her, threading through her heart like a thorny vine, constricting, suffocating. "Why do we cling to these tales?" she whispered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What do they bring us? Hope or despair?" Marcellus ached to answer, but the words lodged in his throat like a stone. He could only watch as the shadows crept closer, the flickering light revealing glimpses of her vulnerability. He knew she sought answers, but the underworld myths had wrapped themselves around her very being, drawing her into a world where salvation felt like a cruel joke. "I remember when you told me about Elysium," he said softly, "how it was a place for heroes. But what about the rest of us? What about the ones who falter, who fail?" Silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating, as if the very walls were listening. The heart of the city pulsed with secrets, its veins filled with the stories of those who had come before. Marcellus felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of past lives reverberating through the stones, reminding him that he wasn't just a scholar, he was a part of this relentless cycle. Seraphina's gaze turned upward, searching for the stars hidden behind the clouds, desperate for a sign. "Do you think they watch us?" she asked, her voice breaking like glass. "Do you think they care?" The question hung in the air, heavy and merciless. Marcellus felt his heart constrict, the fear of an indifferent universe clawing at his insides. "I remember when I thought the gods cared," he whispered, his breath shaky. "But now it feels like we're lost in the void, like we're the ghosts haunting our own lives." A chill swept through the archway, a breath from the underworld itself, sending shivers down his spine. Shadows twisted and turned, and for a brief moment, he glimpsed what lay beneath, faces of the condemned, their mouths frozen in silent screams. He clenched his fists, feeling the weight of despair pooling at his feet. "We are not alone," he said, a desperate attempt to break the suffocating silence. "The past is always with us, lingering like a ghost." Seraphina's eyes flashed with an intensity that took his breath away. "And what if it consumes us? What if we become nothing but echoes of those myths, bound to repeat their tragedies?" The question hung between them, a storm of uncertainty. Marcellus felt the pull of fate tightening around him, a noose woven from the threads of history and mythology. He wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice of despair, but he was teetering too, suspended in the darkness. "I remember the stories of Orpheus," he said quietly, his voice trembling with the weight of their shared pain. He descended into the depths for love. But could he bring her back? Was it worth the risk? Every choice feels like a descent into the underworld. "They say love can conquer all," Seraphina replied, her voice a fragile whisper, a haunting echo of hope in the suffocating gloom. "But what if it's just another myth, another lie we tell ourselves to keep the darkness at bay?" Marcellus reached for her, fingers brushing against her arm, anchoring them both in the storm of doubt. "Then let's create our own myth," he said fiercely, heart pounding in his chest. "Let's defy the darkness together." As the last embers of the torches flickered, they stood entwined in their fears, a fragile bond forged in the heart of despair. They were not just relics of the past, they were alive, filled with the weight of choices yet to come. The shadows melted around them, enveloping them in a false sense of safety, but Marcellus could feel the pulse of the underworld thrumming beneath their feet, a reminder that every step they took could lead them closer to the edge. "I remember the tales of resurrection," he murmured, feeling the air shift, charged with the energy of the unknown. "But do we dare to believe in them? Can we rise from the ashes of our own making?" The clock ticked, a heartbeat echoing through the stillness, and in that moment, they both understood. The myths, the stories, they were more than history. They were a call to arms, a chance to confront the darkness head-on, to rewrite their fates in the ink of defiance. And as the night deepened, they felt the stirrings of a new legend, one that would echo through the ages, carving their names into the very fabric of existence. In that haunted archway, surrounded by the ghosts of myth and memory, two souls stood ready to challenge the abyss, united against the weight of the world. The darkness was imminent, but within them glimmered a spark, a refusal to succumb, a promise that their story was only just beginning. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh, and the cries of the damned echoed off the stone walls like a haunting melody, each note more despairing than the last. I stood there, paralyzed, in the flickering light of a half-lit torch, my heart racing, my breath shallow. A pit of darkness gaped before me, a chasm of horror that seemed to swallow the very essence of existence. This was hell, not the fiery inferno that poets painted, but a suffocating abyss, where hope was extinguished like a candle snuffed by wind. I remember staring into the void, feeling the weight of 1,000 sins pressing against my chest, suffocating my spirit. There was Agatha, her face pale as bone, eyes wide with terror, clutching a tattered prayer book to her breast. She whispered, "They say that God has turned his back. That hell is no longer a punishment, but an eternal truth." Her voice trembled, the words barely escaping her lips, each syllable a shard of ice piercing the warm, stale air. I wanted to tell her it was just superstition, just the fear of the unknown twisting our hearts into knots. But the truth was gnawing at me, a relentless creature of doubt. I could see it in the lines of her face, the weight of unconfessed sins, the burden of faith wavering like a candle flame flickering in a storm. I remembered the stories of her father, a man who had once believed so fervently, only to be consumed by despair, lost in the labyrinth of his own making. Then there was Thomas, his hands trembling as he gripped the iron bars of a makeshift prison, his knuckles white with desperation. "We must find redemption," he urged, his breath quickening, "before the shadows swallow us whole." He was flawed, always so eager to save the world yet blind to the darkness that loomed within himself. How could he rescue others when he couldn't even save his own soul? I wanted to shout, to shake him until the truth tumbled out, but his eyes were wild with determination, a fire burning brightly against the encroaching night. "Agatha, Thomas," I whispered, "what if this hell is not a place but a condition? What if it festers here, in our hearts?" The words slipped out, raw and unrefined, as I gestured to the grotesque paintings adorning the stone walls, screaming figures, demons with claws sharp as daggers, visions that clawed at the corners of my consciousness. They watched us, haunting sentinels of a reality we couldn't escape. And then the whispers began, the murmurs of the damned. Their stories tangled with ours, weaving a tapestry of anguish and regret. I could feel their icy breath on my neck, a reminder that the past was never truly gone. "You will join us," they seemed to hiss, an ominous lullaby that wrapped around my throat like a noose. I shivered, the chill of their despair wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each breath. "What lies beyond this world?" Agatha's voice broke the silence, her eyes searching mine for an answer. And within that moment, I felt the weight of history bearing down on us, crushing, relentless. The church had twisted the narrative of hell, turning it into a tool of fear, a weapon wielded against the souls of the faithful. It wasn't about punishment, it was about control. "We are not just spectators," I replied, my voice trembling, "but participants in an eternal play. We write our own destiny with every choice we make." Thomas stepped back, fear etching deeper lines into his face. "But what of those condemned? What of the unrepentant? Do they not deserve a chance?" His words hung in the air, each syllable a challenge to the very fabric of our beliefs. I could feel the crack in his resolve, the chasm of doubt widening as we stood at the precipice of existential dread. Agatha's eyes darted around, seeking solace from the abyss, but the darkness only tightened its grip, the walls breathing in tandem with our despair. "We are all damned, aren't we?" she breathed, her voice a fragile whisper. "Each sin, a chain wrapped around our souls, dragging us further into this hell." The irony was suffocating. Here we were, three souls caught in the web of medieval thought, battling the demons of guilt and despair. Our hearts beat a chaotic rhythm, a symphony of fear, hope, and regret, intertwined like the twisted roots of ancient trees. Outside, the world continued its grim dance of pestilence and war, laughter mingling with the screams of the dying. Life was a grotesque carnival, a tapestry woven with the threads of suffering. But then a flicker of defiance ignited within me. "We can change this narrative," I declared, my voice rising against the tide of hopelessness. "We can forge a new understanding of hell, not as a destination, but as a journey. One that leads us back to ourselves." Thomas and Agatha stared at me, disbelief etched across their faces, yet in the depths of their eyes, I saw a glimmer of something more, a flicker of rebellion against the dogma that sought to bind us. The shadows shifted, the whispers of the damned growing fainter as our collective will began to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. In that moment, standing on the brink of the unthinkable, I felt the weight of history pressing down, but it no longer crushed me. Instead, it transformed into a fire that ignited my very being. We were not mere victims of fate, we were the architects of our own hell and, perhaps, our own salvation. Agatha took a step closer, her fear mingling with newfound resolve. "Let us write a new story," she murmured, her voice turning from a whisper to a roar, "one where hell does not consume us, but teaches us." The torches flickered, casting shadows that danced violently upon the walls, a chaotic ballet of light and darkness, echoing our inner turmoil. As the cries of the damned faded into the night, we stood united, three flawed souls, ready to challenge the very nature of existence itself. We were poised at the edge of a new reality. In that moment, the darkness was not just a void but a canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of our rebellion against the weight of tradition. And as I breathed deeply, surrendering to the echoes of the past and the promise of the future, I felt something shift within me, an understanding that the evolution of hell was not merely a reflection of the world, but a testament to our humanity, our endless struggle between light and shadow. There was no finality here, only the beginning of a new chapter, a relentless pulse of existence that kept us moving forward, forever entwined in the narrative of our souls. The church bells tolled, each clang a hammer striking a nail into the heart of a shadowed alley. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense and something far more sinister, fear. I stood, breath caught in my throat, as she knelt in the confession booth, her fingers trembling against the wooden lattice, whispering secrets that felt like daggers dancing on the edge of night. "I killed him," she murmured, the confession spilling from her cracked lips like poison. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unconfessed sins. I could see the flickering candlelight behind the veil, illuminating her face, a portrait of anguish. Her name was Clara, and she wore her guilt like a shroud, suffocating yet familiar. In that moment, I remembered. How could I forget? I remembered the echoes of laughter on sunlit days, the carefree innocence of youth before shadows crept in. But Clara's laughter had long been silenced, choked by the reality of her choices. The priest on the other side of the lattice remained silent, an unseen ghost watching over us, as the penance she sought clashed with the hell she felt closing in. "Forgive me," she pleaded, her tears tracing the contours of her face, a canvas of regret. I thought it was the only way." Each word was a nail, each plea a deeper plunge into despair. My heart twisted for her, the weight of her sorrow crashing over me like a tidal wave. I was a prisoner of my own memories, trapped in the prison of our shared past. But it wasn't just Clara. There was Jonah too, his spirit as fractured as the stained glass that crumbled under the burden of years. I could see him lurking in the shadows, the flicker of a half-remembered smile haunting his features. He had once been the light in our darkness, the beacon we clung to when life threatened to drown us. Now, he was a specter of his former self, lost in a world where confession and penance felt like chains rather than keys. "I don't know what to do anymore," he confessed to me one night, the moonlight ghosting over his desolate features. "Every night, I hear their screams. Every night, I see their faces. His voice trembled, a fragile thread unraveling in the stillness. I can't escape them. I can't escape this hell. His hands clawed at his own skin as if trying to tear away the suffocating weight of his conscience, seeking redemption in a world that felt utterly devoid of it. I felt the chill of his words wash over me, a creeping dread that seeped into my bones, whispering the truth we both tried to ignore: there was no escaping hell, not when it lived within us, gnawing at our souls like a ravenous beast. Clara, her voice a conflicting melody of despair and hope, continued to confess her sins. I didn't want to do it. But I was out of options. I thought I could save us. And in that moment, I realized, the line between salvation and damnation was as thin as the blade she had wielded. Each confession was a step deeper into the labyrinth of her mind where shadows danced and truths twisted into grotesque shapes. I could almost hear the laughter of our past, mocking us with every step we took toward the altar of redemption. The priest can help us, I had said once, but with every confession, I felt the truth slip further away. What did forgiveness mean when the sins clawed at your insides, gnashing their teeth? Tell me something, Jonah whispered to me, his voice a fragile thing as he stepped closer. Do you think God can forgive us? His eyes, once so full of life, were now dark pools of uncertainty. I wanted to tell him yes, that penance could wash away the stains of our choices, but the truth hung like a specter between us, dripping with the weight of experience. God doesn't care about us, I finally said, the bitterness of my own words catching in my throat. Not when we've crossed the line, Jonah. Not when we've embraced the darkness. Clara's voice rose again, breaking through the fog of despair. I feel him there, waiting for me to take the final step. Her confession became a song of surrender, each note tinged with the fear of the unknown, the abyss waiting just beyond the veil of her faith. She thought confession could absolve her, but the truth was an anchor dragging her down, pulling her deeper into her own hell. And then, there it was, the flicker of hope, a desperate yearning to grasp onto salvation, even as the shadows crept closer. Penance, I echoed softly, testing the word on my tongue. What if it's not just about confession? What if it's about change? But what could we change? Jonah's hands trembled as he reached for Clara, an unspoken bond forming in the flickering candlelight, a promise cloaked in uncertainty. I'm scared, he whispered, his voice raw, resonating through the silence. What if we're not worthy of forgiveness? The air crackled, the tension thick like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. I could feel it, the weight of their despair, the crushing reality of their choices pressing down like a vice. The altar of confession stood before us, a beacon of mercy amidst the chaos, yet it felt like a gaping maw, ready to swallow us whole. Clara, I breathed, the words spilling from my lips as I stepped closer to her. What if we face the darkness together? Her eyes lifted to mine, glistening with unshed tears. Together, she echoed, the word crackling with the promise of something that felt almost like hope. But in the stillness, the shadows whispered their truths, reminding us that the road to redemption was steep and treacherous. Jonah took a breath, his eyes darting toward the confession booth, the veil now feeling more like a prison than a sanctuary. And as the bells tolled once more, each clang resonating with the intensity of our fears, we stood at the precipice, ready to confront the hell we carried within. The darkness loomed, silent but ever-present, beckoning us toward our fates, intertwining our stories in a macabre dance of confession and penance, spinning us closer to the edge of oblivion, closer to the truth we so desperately sought yet feared to face. The church bells toll, their sound echoing through the cobblestone streets like the final breath of a dying man. A crowd thrums with anticipation, faces painted in shades of fear and hope. The air is thick, suffocating, a palpable tension that coils around the heart like a serpent ready to strike. In the center, a figure stands, draped in the tattered remnants of a once majestic robe. Is it a saint? Or a sinner? The line blurs in moments like this, where faith and doubt dance in a macabre waltz, swirling around the concept of eternal life and the abyss that awaits. I remember the moment vividly. The sharp tang of sweat mixed with incense, the taste of fear was heavy on my tongue. I was there, standing on the edge of a decision that could seal the fate of the damned and the blessed alike. The crowd surged, a mass of humanity caught in the riptide of belief, hope ignited in the eyes of the desperate. And at the heart of it stood Clara, her hands trembling like leaves caught in a storm, her voice barely a whisper in the cacophony. "You have to believe, Jacob," she pleaded, her eyes searching mine for a flicker of conviction. "If we can just get them to recognize him, maybe the fear will fade." I felt her desperation like a pulse. Clara, with her fierce heart and wild dreams, was a paradox herself, a woman of faith haunted by the shadows of doubt. I remembered her laughter, that uncontainable spark of life that broke through the darkest corners of our world. But today, that light flickered dimly, threatened by the weight of this moment. Her hands, clasped in prayer, trembled as if the very act of hoping might disrupt the fabric of reality. "Clara, what if we fail?" My voice was a low growl, scrapping against the tension like nails on stone. My heart felt like a stone itself, heavy and cold. I wanted to scream, to shout that faith could sometimes lead to despair, that belief could be a double-edged sword. I had seen too much, the toll of blind faith etched deep into the faces of the lost. The ghosts of those who had been wrongfully condemned haunted me, their whispers a constant reminder of the fragility of belief. "Then we'll face the darkness together," she breathed, her gaze piercing through the veil of doubt I wore like armor. "But we can't let the underworld swallow him whole without at least trying." And there it was, the underworld, a cold, gaping maw that threatened to consume not just those who had slipped through the fingers of life, but those who dared to love them. The canonization of saints had become a battlefield where hope clashed violently with fear, a twisted dance of souls caught between heaven and hell, the damned and the divine. It was a game of shadows, and we were pawns, desperate to escape the grasp of fate. Then came the voices, rising like the tide. "He is a heretic. He deserves the flames." The mob turned, faces twisted in rage, disbelief fueling their fervor. I felt the wave crash over me, the heat of their anger, the cool dampness of the ground beneath my feet. I could see it, the hunger in their eyes, the need to punish, to sacrifice, to make sense of the chaos in their world. It was a twisted form of devotion, a ritual steeped in blood and betrayal. Clara stepped forward, her voice rising above the tumult. "You don't understand. To canonize him is to embrace all the lost, to lift the veil of despair." Her words were like incense, rising up to the heavens, mingling with the smoke of the pyres that had burned before. "We cannot let fear dictate our fate." But her plea was met with a wave of scorn, laughter that echoed like the crack of a whip, cutting through the air, tearing at the fabric of her conviction. My heart raced as I saw her falter, the light in her eyes dimming, the shadows creeping in once more. Clara was losing them, losing herself, and the weight of the despair pressed down on me like a leaden blanket. At that moment, I was not just Jacob, I was the embodiment of doubt, inching closer to the abyss with every moment I hesitated. The clock, the relentless keeper of time, ticked louder now, its hands moving with a cruel precision. I remembered my grandmother's tales of saints and shadows, how she wove their stories into our lives, how she taught me to fear the underworld but also to believe in the light. But what good was light when darkness loomed so close, when the shadows whispered that we were merely chasing phantoms? As Clara's voice reached a fever pitch, something inside me shifted. I felt the stirrings of newfound courage, a flicker of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. I stepped forward, beside her, heart pounding, my own resolve echoing in the silence. If we embrace the darkness, we can redefine what it means to be a saint. We can reclaim those stolen from us, those condemned unjustly, without a voice. The crowd, once a roaring beast, paused. Faces turned, confusion mingling with curiosity. Hope shimmered like a distant star, flickering precariously against the void. There was a heartbeat, just one, where anything felt possible, where the lines between sinner and saint blurred into an ethereal haze. Together, Clara echoed, grasping my hand, our fingers entwined as though we were anchors in a storm. The shadows whispered, the ghosts of the condemned swirling around us, and I felt their presence, heavy yet protective, urging us forward. The moment hung, suspended in time, the air thick with the weight of our challenge. We were no longer just two souls caught in the fray, we were the embodiment of belief itself, standing against the tide of fear. And as the church bells tolled again, a cacophony of fate and destiny ringing out into the night, I could feel the universe shift, the walls of the underworld trembling as if they too were awakening to the possibility of redemption. We stood there, on the precipice of the unknown, bracing ourselves for the storm to come. The air crackled with anticipation, time itself bending and warping around us, the shadows thickening as they coiled around our resolve. Would we emerge into the light, or would we be swallowed by the very darkness we sought to confront? The question hung in the air, heavy like a pendulum swinging between hope and despair, and as we took our first steps into the fray, I knew that this was just the beginning. The underworld awaited, and with it, the ghosts of our past, demanding recognition and retribution, ready to challenge everything we thought we understood about faith, fear, and the power of belief itself. The chilling wind howled through the empty streets, wrapping around the desolate buildings like a ghost's embrace. Shadows danced along the cracked pavement, flickering in and out of existence as if daring the darkness to swallow them whole. I stood there, pulse racing, heart a drumbeat of fear echoing in my ears. The air was thick with the memories of screams, the ghosts of the damned lingering in every corner. Hell was not a distant realm but a visceral reality, breathing, living, tormenting. I felt it gnawing at my insides, the inevitable confrontation seeping closer, like the distant sound of a clock ticking down to midnight. Lydia was there, too, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and defiance. She always had that fire, a spark that ignited hope even in the most despairing of moments. But right now, that hope felt fragile, like an ember struggling against the wind. I watched her hands tremble, fingers brushing against the cold stone wall, as if seeking solace in the dead earth. "It's just a story," she murmured, but I could see the truth lurking behind her bravado. This was no mere tale. Hell wasn't merely a place, it was a sensation, a weight pressing down on our chests, squeezing the breath from our lungs. Beside her stood Marcus, his usually unwavering countenance cracked like the pavement underfoot. I remembered the nights we spent laughing and mocking the ancient fears, understanding them only as relics of a bygone era. Those were days filled with jest, where we deluded ourselves into thinking we had transcended the horrors of antiquity. Now, facing the abyss, the truth struck hard. The irony was suffocating, our ignorance was the loudest whisper of doom. "I remember," he said, voice low and shaky, "the tales of Dante and 9 circles. Each more grotesque than the last." His eyes darted to the shadows, and I could almost hear the unseen souls crying out for release. I felt the heat of a memory flash through me, a fire and brimstone, the scent of sulfur mingling with the bitterness of despair. "They used to believe hell was below us," I said, trying to quell the rising tide of panic. "But it's not beneath our feet, it's woven into the fabric of our lives." My voice broke, the weight of reality crashing into me like a wave. "It's in our choices, our regrets." Lydia's lips curled into a smile, but it was brittle, a mask for the turmoil roiling beneath the surface. "We've laughed at the absurdity of it all," she replied, her words a fragile thread holding us together against the impending storm. "But maybe the absurdity holds the truth." I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, not by eyes but by the weight of history, an audience of shadows ready to witness our reckoning. As we crept further into the heart of the city, the air grew heavier, suffocating. The echoes of past lives whispered through the alleyways, tales of betrayal and sin swirling around us like smoke. I could almost see them, lost souls trapped in a loop of despair, reliving their torment. "Look," Marcus pointed, a tremor in his voice as he gestured toward a faded mural on the wall, a depiction of torment, figures writhing in pain. "This is just a reflection of what we've built, isn't it?" I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. The art screamed desperation, a theater of sorrow captured in colors long since faded. The laughter of the past now felt like a cruel joke, mocking our attempts to outrun our own demons. I remembered the moments I tried to bury my own darkness, the secrets clawing at my throat, demanding acknowledgement. "We're not above this," I whispered, the realization hitting like a punch to the gut. "We can't escape it." The silence between us grew heavy, a tapestry woven from our fears and regrets. We stood on the precipice of the unknown, and below us lay the abyss, a black pit that promised everything we'd ever tried to deny. What if we're already living in hell? Lydia's voice trembled, a haunting question echoing in the dark. What if it's this? Her gaze swept across the ruined buildings, the ghosts of a forgotten world. The tension was palpable, the air electric with unspoken truths. I could see it in Marcus's eyes, the flicker of realization. He was drowning in his own doubts, the weight of expectation pressing down. I remember, he began, his voice trailing off, lost in the enormity of the moment. I remember the stories of the damned, and I remember how easy it is to forget. But we couldn't afford to forget now. We were crossing the threshold, enveloped in a darkness that felt alive, a sentient entity waiting to consume our very souls. Each footstep echoed with the weight of centuries, dragging us deeper into our own reflections. The past didn't simply haunt us, it shaped us, twisted us into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, the silence shattered. A scream pierced the night, a cry filled with raw agony, a sound that clawed at the very fabric of reality. We froze, hearts racing, eyes wide. The darkness pulsed around us, alive and hungry, a beast lurking just beyond sight. "We're not alone," I breathed, dread coiling around my heart. Lydia stepped back, fear flashing through her eyes, her hands gripping Marcus as if he were a lifeline. "What have we awakened?" she whispered, and I could hear the tremor of desperation beneath her words. "What have we unleashed?" The shadows shifted, whispers rising and falling like a tide, each syllable laced with despair. I felt the walls closing in, the very essence of hell wrapping around us, constricting, suffocating. Their voices echoed in my mind, tales of sorrow and suffering, dragging me down into their depths. "We can't turn back now," I said, though even I could hear the uncertainty in my own voice. "We have to face it." With every heartbeat, we stood on the cusp of revelation, the air thick with unfulfilled promises and lingering regrets. The confrontation loomed, a black storm brewing on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury. We were caught in a dance with the shadows, and the end was still unwritten. In that moment, it became clear, hell wasn't just a place of torment, it was the very essence of our humanity, raw and visceral, a mirror reflecting the chaos of our souls. And as we prepared to step deeper into the darkness, I realized with a sickening thrill that the true horror lay not in the demons we faced but in the truth we would uncover within ourselves. The air was thick, suffocating, as the shadows swallowed the last remnants of a dying day. I could sense it, the pull of despair, an echo of ancient cries that clawed at my heart. The flickering torchlight danced against the cold stone walls, illuminating a hidden world beneath Rome, the city built upon the bones of the forgotten. I stood at the precipice, my breath hitching, haunted by the weight of all that had been buried here. "Why did you come?" whispered a voice from the darkness. It was Marcia, her spirit flickering like the flame that illuminated her sorrow. Her eyes, pools of ink, bore the weight of the dead, women like her who had wandered into the underbelly of this great civilization, seeking strength, seeking solace, only to find chains. "You shouldn't be here," she continued, though already I felt her pull, a tether binding me to this realm of whispers and shadows. I remember the stories she told, the tales of those who had ventured into the labyrinthine depths of the city, not for glory or power, but for survival. Women of the underworld, their laughter drowned in the echoes of cruelty, their hopes like wisps of smoke, dissipating before the dawn. They painted their nails with blood, adorned their bodies with scars, all while clutching the remnants of their dignity. I could see them, ghostly figures flitting through the dark, their stories interwoven like threads in a tapestry of despair. Then there was Elia, who wore her anguish like a shroud. She had crossed into this world with eyes that reflected the dying sun, believing she could conquer it, only to find herself shackled, the weight of her long-lost dreams dragging her deeper into the abyss. "I thought I could outrun my fate," she said, her voice a haunting melody that echoed against the damp stone. "But here, fate is a mistress, and she does not forgive." I felt the truth of her words ripple through me, a cold laughter that twisted my stomach. Fate was a cruel puppeteer, and these women, the marionettes caught in her strings, danced to the rhythm of despair. Each step punctuated by the sharp snap of betrayal, the hollow laughter of a society that cast them aside. And what of the shadows that lurked in the corners? They whispered secrets of a different kind of hell, a Christian hell that awaited those who strayed too far from the path of virtue. Flames and demons, they said, but I felt it was far worse to be forgotten. The underworld was a place of loss, But hell was the absence of memory, a void where nothing remained but the echo of one's own screams. "Do you think we are punished?" Marcia asked, her voice laced with a fragile hope that pierced my heart. "Or do we punish ourselves?" I didn't know how to answer. I could only feel the weight of silence settle between us, heavy and oppressive. Memories crashed against each other, the laughter of children, the embrace of a lover, the warmth of sunlight on one's face. In the underworld, all was dark. But even in this darkness, there was a flicker of rebellion. I remember watching Ihir, her spirit igniting with a fervor that burned brighter than the torches lining the walls. "I will not be forgotten," she declared, her voice rising like a storm, a tempest that could shatter the very chains binding her. "They think they can erase us, but we are the whispers that linger, the shadows that haunt their dreams." I felt my own heart pounding, echoing her defiance. The walls of the underworld trembled with the force of her words. It was a revelation, a spark of life amidst the decay. Women, once silenced, now carving their names into the stone, their stories seeping into the very fabric of the earth. It was terrifying and beautiful, like watching the birth of a star amidst the choking darkness of a black hole. I remember, Elia's voice faltered for a moment, then surged again. I remember the warmth of my mother's embrace, the way she sang to me under the stars. I remember the taste of freedom, the laughter of friends who never judged. I remember everything they tried to take from me. The air crackled with energy as the spirits began to rise, united in their fury, their sorrow, and their love. I felt tears burn at the corners of my eyes, the pulse of their collective heartbeat thrumming in perfect synchrony. They were not just ghosts, they were memories, alive with raw emotion, refusing to fade away. "Hell is not just fire," Marcia said softly, her gaze piercing through the veil of my understanding. "It is the silence, the forgetting. We are the ones who keep the memories alive. We are the ones who will not let them perish." The shadows thickened around us, but instead of numbing my spirit, they invigorated it. I felt alive in this moment, as if I had stepped into a cosmic dance. Each woman's story braided into mine, pulling me deeper into their world, their pain, and their strength. Time twisted and turned like a wisp of smoke, wrapping around us in spirals. I could feel the heartbeat of the underworld, its pulse steady and eternal. I understood now that to speak of women in shadows and hell was to resurrect the very essence of life. They were the keepers of stories, the embodiment of resilience, the defiant spirit that would not be snuffed out. "No, we are eternal," Elia declared, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes. "In every tale, we rise again." And in that moment, I knew this was not just a story, it was a rebellion. A rebellion against silence, against erasure, against the very notion of hell itself. As the shadows swirled around us, I felt the echoes of their laughter, their sorrow, their tenacity crashing like waves against the shores of time. I held their stories close, weaving them into the very fabric of my own being. In this underworld of despair, I had found hope, a flickering flame amidst the darkness. And as the night stretched on, I felt its embrace, a haunting reminder that while shadows may linger, the light of memory shines brightest when we refuse to be forgotten. A silence hangs thick in the air, heavy like fog, as I stand beneath the flickering street lamp, ghosts of the past swirling around me, shadows of forgotten souls, their whispers clawing at the edges of my mind. The night is alive and yet achingly still, a paradox that freezes time, and I can feel the weight of 1,000 questions pressing against my chest. It's a suffocating grip, and in that moment, every heartbeat echoes the truth of who I am, a seeker amid chaos, a wanderer lost in the labyrinthine corridors of belief and doubt. I remember the day the world around me shattered. The church's stained glass glimmered like the eyes of the damned, casting eerie patterns on the cold stone floor. My friend Elias stood there, his brow furrowed, the weight of a revelation trembling in his voice. The Gnostics believed the afterlife isn't just heaven or hell, but something richer, deeper. They saw the cosmos as a battleground of light and darkness. I remember how he spoke, his eyes wild, a spark of passion igniting the air. But I also remember the fear that gripped me, the terror that gnawed at my heart like a ravenous beast. What if the Gnostics were right? What if life was a mere shadow of something grander, a flickering candle in an eternal void? Elena, my sister, stood at the edge of that moment, her face pale and drawn. She had always been the skeptic, the realist tethered too tightly to the ground, while I soared on wings of curiosity. "You can't believe that," she shot back, her voice trembling. "We can't just throw away everything we've known." The tension crackled between us, a storm brewing in the depths of our souls, each word a dagger, each glance a wound. I felt the chasm between us widening, a gulf filled with unspoken fears and unacknowledged truths. I remember the midnight when I first encountered the Gnostic texts. The room was dim, a single candle flickering, casting dancing shadows on the wall. The words leapt off the pages, igniting my mind with visions of a world where the afterlife was not a mere reward or punishment but an intricate tapestry woven with threads of knowledge and understanding. They spoke of the demiurge, a flawed god who fashioned this world while a hidden divine spark lay trapped within us, yearning for liberation. The air crackled with an electric intensity, part of me was elated, part of me was terrified. What if our existence was merely a cruel joke, a cosmic trap? I close my eyes and remember the dream that night, an endless expanse, fractured and chaotic, filled with haunting echoes of laughter and sorrow. I stood in the middle of a vast desert, the sky a swirling mass of stars, each one a distant memory, a yearning for something beyond. I called out to the void, what awaits us after this life? What lies beyond the curtain of flesh and bone? But the desert remained silent, an indifferent witness to my anguish, a reminder of the abyss that loomed just out of reach. Elias and Elena, two opposing forces, colliding in my heart. Elias believed fiercely in the Gnostic vision of the afterlife, where knowledge set the soul free, where death was not an end but a transformation. He was bold, his passion a flame igniting the dark corners of my mind. "Every soul carries a light," he would say, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "We are here to remember, to awaken." But every time he spoke, I saw the flicker of fear beneath his bravado, fear that he might awaken something that could never be forgotten. Then there was Elena, her heart a fortress built on logic, on faith. She wanted to cling to the familiar, to find safety in the confines of dogma. "You don't know what you're asking," she warned, her voice a tremor of desperation. The Gnostics were branded heretics for a reason. Each word was a shard of glass, cutting deeper into my soul, reminding me of the consequences of belief, of the lines drawn in blood and fire. The night deepened, and the city seemed to breathe around us, shadows stretching and yawning as if they were alive. I wandered through the streets, feeling the pulse of life all around, a cacophony of laughter, despair, love, and betrayal. I saw their faces, lost souls searching for answers, connections, meaning. They stumbled through the dark, unaware of the light trapped within them, as if the very essence of their being was a secret, hidden beneath layers of fear and doubt. I remember the clock tower tolling midnight, each chime a reminder of the relentless passage of time. How many breaths do we have left? How many moments before the curtain falls? I clenched my fists, a surge of anger and despair welling up inside me. Were we merely players on a stage, doomed to repeat the same lines over and over? Or were we the authors of our own stories, penning our destinies in the stars? The confrontation was inevitable. Elena and Elias, two halves of my heart, spiraled toward each other like celestial bodies caught in an inexorable dance. One night, under the weight of a full moon, with the city draped in silver shadows, we gathered one last time. I felt the tension in the air, a storm brewing, an emotional tempest ready to burst. "You have to choose," Elena snapped, her voice raw and desperate. "Will you cling to your dreams of enlightenment, or will you accept the truth that binds us?" And in that moment, I stood at the precipice, every heartbeat thundering in my chest, every breath a battle between fear and hope. I was torn, a marionette caught between the strings of two souls, each pulling me toward a different fate. I could feel the darkness whispering, promising a release, while the light beckoned me with the promise of understanding. "Maybe it's not about choosing sides," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips unbidden, fragile yet fierce. "Maybe it's about embracing the chaos, the uncertainty, or the beauty in both light and dark." Their eyes widened, surprise mingling with fear, as if I had opened a door they thought was long sealed. The night held its breath, waiting, as the echoes of our past wove into a fragile tapestry, shimmering with the unresolved, an endless loop that refused to bring closure, only deeper questions, each one leading us further into the abyss of what it means to believe. And there we stood, three souls spiraling together in the twilight, poised on the edge of understanding and despair, the night thick with promises unfulfilled and destinies yet to unfold. I remember the moment the clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a funeral dirge through the hollow streets. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, stirring memories long buried, the laughter of children playing, the whispers of lovers beneath the moon. But tonight, the air thickened with something unspeakable, a heaviness that clung like fog. In the heart of the city, Maria stood at the edge of the graveyard, her breath hitching in her throat. Her eyes, reflecting the pale glow of the moon, darted between the gravestones, searching for something she couldn't name. "It's just a story," she whispered, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her conviction. She had been told so many times that Limbo was merely a figment of imagination, yet the stories clawed at her, leaving her restless and sleepless. Beside her, Jonathan shifted, his hands buried deep in his pockets, the weight of loss anchoring him to the earth. He had lost his daughter last summer, a slip of a girl with laughter like summer rain. "She's not here," he murmured, a mantra to ward off the chill that crept into his bones. But as he scanned the graves, desperation morphed into an unbearable longing. What if she is somewhere between? The thought hung in the air, a question bursting with agony, a flicker of hope smothered in anguish. The moon slipped behind clouds, plunging them into darkness as if the sky itself conspired to hide the truth. They stood together, two lost souls tethered by grief and uncertainty, wrestling with the concept of a place unclaimed by life or death, a limbo where the innocent lingered, forever trapped in the silence of the unfulfilled. "I remember the stories," Maria said, her voice trembling. "The children who never knew sin, who slipped away before their time. They're caught in this nothingness." She felt the words clawing their way out, desperate to be heard. What if there's nothing for them? No salvation, no comfort, just an endless wait. Jonathan's eyes locked onto hers, a spark igniting in the darkness between them. But they must be loved. They must be watched over. His voice cracked, raw and fragile. If limbo exists, it has to be a place of warmth, of laughter. That's when the shadows deepened, curling like smoke around their ankles, whispering secrets they were not meant to hear. The world around them faded into a blur, and the chill intensified, wrapping their hearts in ice. "Do you believe in ghosts?" Maria asked, her breath a ghostly wisp in the cold night air. "The kind who wander, lost and searching." She watched Jonathan's face, the tight lines of his grief softening for a moment, revealing the boy who had once chased fireflies in the dark. "I do," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I believe in the echoes of those we've lost, the memories that refuse to fade. They haunt us, don't they?" "Yes," she replied, a shiver racing down her spine. "And what if limbo is just that? A haunting?" The silence swallowed her words, heavy and suffocating. The moon re-emerged, a pale eye surveying them, and suddenly Maria felt the weight of the universe pressing in, a cosmic dread that made her knees weak. Here they were, standing on the precipice of belief and disbelief, teetering on the edge of eternity. As if summoned by their shared anguish, a figure emerged from the shadows, an old man with eyes like dark wells, brimming with stories unspoken. "You seek answers?" he asked, his voice gravelly, yet oddly soothing. "Limbo is a riddle, my dear children. It's where the forgotten linger, refusing to fade into the ether." "What do you mean?" Jonathan demanded, stepping forward, urgency lacing his words. "Is there hope? Do they know they're loved?" The man's gaze pierced into Jonathan's soul, laying bare the raw wounds of his grief. "Love is a tether, young man, but limbo is not bound by time or understanding. It is the space between breaths, where dreams die and hope flickers like a dying star." Maria felt the air crackle, a storm brewing within her chest. "So they are alone," she shouted, the echo of her desperation bouncing off the stones. "That can't be true." "Alone?" The old man's lips curled into a knowing smile, shadows flickering in the corners of his mouth. They may be alone, or they may be surrounded by the echoes of those who loved them. It depends on what you choose to believe. A chill swept through them, and Maria felt the weight of guilt crashing down, the realization that faith was a choice, a fragile thread woven through the fabric of existence. I remember the stories, she choked, her heart racing. The children who waited for their parents, who drifted endlessly, unloved. No, Jonathan interjected, his voice fierce, igniting a fire in the depths of despair. They will not be forgotten. We remember them. We will keep their memories alive. The shadows shifted, swaying to the rhythm of their shared resolve, whispering promises of connection and remembrance. In that moment, the boundaries of life and death blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. The old man stepped back, a spectre retreating into the night. The path forward is yours. Choose wisely, for love is a powerful compass. As the echoes of his words faded into the ether, Maria and Jonathan stood at the edge of the graveyard, the darkness pressing in around them like a shroud. It was a choice they would have to make, a choice that could bind the broken pieces of their hearts or shatter them completely. I will believe, Maria whispered, her voice a fragile promise against the weight of despair. I will believe for them. And in that moment, as the clock chimed once more, the air crackled with a raw intensity, a heartbeat of hope pulsing through the night. The city lay around them, alive and vibrant, yet they stood suspended in a fragile balance, teetering on the brink of what lay beyond, where love and loss danced in the shadows, intertwining like the strands of fate. There would be no conclusions, no endings to their pain, only the echoes of their choices reverberating into the dark, as the cosmos watched, waiting, and time slipped quietly into the abyss. The clang of iron on stone reverberates through the darkened courtyard, a chilling heartbeat in the night. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down. A figure looms before me, shadows playing tricks on my mind. The flickering torchlight dances, illuminating a face twisted by anguish. Marcus, once a proud judge, now reduced to pleading like a beggar, his voice a strained whisper. Justice, what is justice, if not a cage for our souls? I remember the taste of fear, sharp and metallic, as I look into his eyes, haunted, desperate. He was raised on the ancient principles of Roman law, where the scales of justice hung heavy, balancing reason and authority. Yet, standing there beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, I see the cracks in his faith, hear the trembling echo of his convictions. But Marcus isn't alone. There's Lydia, a woman whose heart beats a rhythm of rebellion. She stands in the shadows, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders like a waterfall of night. The firelight catches her eyes, and in them, I see flickers of hope but also the flickering shadows of despair. They've twisted our laws, she hisses, her voice a dagger slicing through the tension. What was once noble has become a shackle. Roman law, it demands vengeance, not mercy. I remember the way her hands trembled, the delicate lines of her palms betraying her resolve. She was once a scholar, her writings rich with visions of justice that transcended power. But now, she is grappling with the weight of Roman precedent, a cold, unyielding force moving like a glacier, crushing all that stands before it. Lydia, listen, Marcus implores, desperation clawing at his voice. There's still hope. The foundations of our beliefs, they rest on more than just law. There's room for compassion, for understanding, but Lydia shakes her head, a fierce defiance burning within her. Compassion. In a world where the crucifixion is the ultimate punishment, where innocence is sacrificed on the altar of power. Tell me, Marcus, where is the mercy in that? The air grows heavy, thick with the suffocating weight of their shared history. I stand as a mere observer, but my heart races. Time feels suspended as I watch them wrestle with the ghosts of their pasts. The laws of men, crafted in marble and stone, clash against the fragile fabric of human emotion. It's chaotic yet beautiful, the pain palpable. Remember the night we spoke of justice by the river? Marcus's voice breaks like a fragile twig. How we dreamt of a system untainted by corruption. I remember that night, the laughter ringing like bells above the murmur of the water, the stars casting their timeless gaze over two young souls brimming with ideals. Yet, it all feels like a distant mirage now. You can't cling to the past, Marcus. It's a graveyard of illusions, Lydia replies, her voice trembling with pain. All around us, the shadows deepen, swirling like a tempest. I can feel the echoes of 1,000 voices, each one resonating with the anguish of wronged men and women, their cries lost in the annals of history. Ghosts of the condemned, the tortured, the forgotten. The clock tower chimes, a haunting melody that sends shivers down my spine. Time is relentless, a current dragging us toward an uncertain fate. I see Lydia's face contort with determination, a fierce spark igniting within her. What if we redefine justice? What if we strip it down to its very essence, love, forgiveness, humanity? Wouldn't that be more powerful than any decree etched in stone? The question hangs in the air, electric and heavy. I feel the tension coil around us, like a snake ready to strike. Marcus looks at her, vulnerability etched on his face. You would tear it all down? Replace it with the what? Anarchy. No, she snaps, fire in her voice. Replace it with humanity. With the grace we've lost along the way. What is a law that doesn't account for the heart? I remember the ache in her words, the rawness that cuts through the darkness like a beam of light. It's a plea, a challenge, a cry for something more. Firelight dances in the night, casting long shadows that twist and writhe against the stone walls. For a moment, I see their faces illuminated, raw with emotion, reflecting the turmoil within. And then, silence. The kind that settles into your bones, a thick fog of uncertainty. The world outside continues its relentless march, but here, amidst the turmoil, time feels suspended, each heartbeat echoes with the possibility of change. Then teach me, Marcus whispers, his voice barely above a breath. Show me how to blend Roman law with the gospel of Christ. How to weave mercy into the fabric of justice. The weight of those words hangs heavily in the air, a fragile bridge between despair and hope. Lydia's eyes flicker with 1,000 thoughts, emotions colliding like waves crashing against the shore. It won't be easy. It will challenge everything we've known. Let it challenge us, Marcus breathes, a fierce resolve igniting in his chest. And as the clock strikes again, I sense a shift, a powerful undercurrent of rebellion against the coldness of the law. In this dim-lit courtyard, a new idea flickers into existence, raw and unrefined, but pulsing with the promise of something sacred. The essence of justice, stripped bare, waiting to be reborn. Through the shadows, a new dawn begins to break, a symphony of voices, past and present, melding into a tapestry of possibility. As I stand witness to their unraveling, I realize this is more than a moment, it's a haunting crescendo of souls grappling with their destinies. And just like that, the air is filled with the electric buzz of something extraordinary, a revolution whispered across the ages, echoing in the hearts of those daring enough to dream of justice, no longer bound by the chains of the past. As their voices rise, I am drawn into the swirl, the pulse of history thrumming through me, a living testament to the relentless march of time. The shadows deepen, but the light glimmers just beyond the horizon. The air is thick with the kind of silence that suffocates, wrapping around you like a wet blanket, pressing down until you can hardly breathe. I remember the last time I felt this stillness, it was the moment I realized I wouldn't see her again. The clock ticks, each second a reminder that time is relentless, that it moves in one direction, dragging us forward into the unknown. Outside the flickering street lamp, shadows twist and merge, a dark ballet of lost souls whispering secrets meant for no one. I stand at the edge of a city that feels both ancient and modern, the echoes of a past that never quite left. Jason, my childhood friend, is beside me, his eyes scanning the foggy horizon with a mix of fear and determination. He's always been the brave one, charging into chaos with a smile, but tonight, a crack runs through his facade. What if it's true, he murmurs, more to himself than to me, a question that hangs heavy between us, expanding like a black hole. The stories we grew up with, the myths of the Roman underworld, dance dangerously in our minds. Hades was just a realm, a place of judgment. But here, where the lines blur between ancient beliefs and modern interpretations, the stakes feel infinitely higher. I remember reading about the river Styx, the ferryman with his oars, an unyielding ticket taker for the dead. But now, what if crossing that river isn't just a metaphor? What if hell and the underworld are not distant, symbolic landscapes but dark reflections of our worst fears? And then there's Maria, her laughter like a melody that once filled my heart. She's been missing for weeks. Her smile haunts me, a ghost in the corners of my mind. I can almost hear her voice echoing in the alleys, teasing me about my obsession with history. They bathed once a year, you know, she'd say, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So romance was, what's the word, earthy? A bitter laugh escapes my lips. I can almost see her, standing there, her hair blowing in the breeze, her easy charm dissolving the darkness. It's just a trick of the streetlight, but I can't shake the image. Jason nudges me, snapping me back to the present, to the grim reality of our search. We need to go deeper, he says, his voice rising above the haunting silence. They say the underworld is just a reflection of our lives, the choices we make, the sins we carry. I shake my head, trying to dispel the thought that slips through my fingers like sand. The Christian hell is different, a punishment, a place where souls are tormented forever. It's a fiery abyss, governed by divine retribution. What are we fighting against? I ask, my words tasting bitter. Is it the darkness in the city or the shadows in ourselves? This isn't just history, it's a living nightmare. I can feel it creeping up on us, the dread pooling at our feet like fog. The neon signs buzz with a false sense of safety, but we both know the truth. The city is a labyrinth, and at its heart lies a chasm, a swirling void. I remember the stories of the damned, how their cries echo through the caverns of our worst fears. We are all haunted, all searching for salvation, but what if there's no way out? As we walk, the streets morph and twist, the familiar becoming unnervingly alien. I can see Maria's face in every passerby, a flicker of hope that crashes against the wall of reality. What if we don't find her? I whisper, terror clawing at my throat. What if we become lost too? Jason stops, his face pale and drawn. We'll find her. We have to. But I hear the tremor in his voice, the doubt that creeps like ivy, curling around his resolve. Do you think she could be? He doesn't finish. He doesn't have to. The implication hangs in the air, a noose tightening around our hearts. The wind howls like a banshee, and I imagine the souls of the lost swirling around us, their stories merging with ours, creating a tapestry of anguish and yearning. I remember the tales, the ones that spoke of the 5 rivers of the underworld, the rivers of forgetfulness, grief, and punishment. What if we are already swimming in them, oblivious to our surroundings? Look! Jason points to a flickering light in the distance, a lone figure hunched over. My heart races, could it be? But as we approach, the figure dissipates into shadows, leaving behind nothing but a lingering chill that bites into my skin. It's all a game, I say, my voice trembling. A cruel joke played by the universe. What do you mean? Jason's brow furrows. It's not just a game. It's our reality. Reality. The very word sends shivers down my spine. I remember Maria's laughter, the warmth of her embrace, the way she made the harsh world feel softer. What if we're the ones being judged? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. What if our choices have led us here, into the abyss? Now, the shadows shift, and they pulse with something unnameable. It feels as if time itself has warped, a cosmic joke that twists and bends reality. I can hear the whispers, voices weaving through the night, tales of woe mingling with the scent of damp earth. We are all here, trapped in this narrative, a play without an end, each act darker than the last. As we walk, we're not just searching for Maria, we're confronting our own demons. They rise like specters from the depths, clawing at our minds, demanding to be acknowledged. I feel the weight of despair pressing down on me, the knowledge that we may be destined for a fate worse than death. And then, abruptly, the ground beneath us shifts, revealing a crack that yawns like a mouth ready to swallow us whole. The night deepens, the air thickens with despair, and we stand at the precipice of our fears, the modern world morphing into an ancient nightmare. The underworld and hell intertwine, and in that moment, I realize, there is no escape. Together, I hear Jason's voice, a whisper of resolve in the encroaching darkness. We face it together. I nod, knowing we are two souls adrift in this vast, terrifying cosmos, searching for meaning in the chaos. But as we take a step forward, the screams of the damned echo around us, a stark reminder of the choices that brought us here. I remember everything. The darkness swells, pulling us into its embrace, and we descend, not just into the depths of the underworld, but into the very heart of our broken humanity. In this haunting silence, we become part of the narrative, a never-ending cycle of hope and despair, each moment bleeding into the next. And as we plunge deeper into the shadows, I realize that this is only the beginning. The story continues, a spiral that loops eternally, echoing through the void. The silence stretched unnaturally in the dim light of the chapel, thick as the dust that hung in the air. Just outside, a storm raged, the wind howling like a banshee lamenting lost souls. Inside, Clara knelt, fingers gripping the rough stone of the altar, her heart a trapped bird flapping against its cage. She could feel the weight of eternity pressing down, wrapping around her throat like a noose. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced like the damned, whispering secrets of torment and despair. I remember, she muttered, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. I remember when I thought hell was just a tale. Each word echoed, vibrating against the cold walls, a confession to the void. She closed her eyes, and the visions came, a flood of memories tinged with dread, each one more vivid than the last. Her brother's laughter, bright as sunlight, now felt like a ghost haunting the periphery of her mind. She could still hear it, taunting her from the depths of her own guilt. "Where are you, Marco?" she whispered, as if her voice could summon him back from that cursed place, wherever it was. The underworld? Hell? She didn't know. All she felt was the crushing weight of belief, the fear that he might be lost in a darkness that knew no end. Across town, in a dilapidated house bathed in shadows, James sat hunched over a bottle of cheap whiskey, the amber liquid swirling like fire in a pit of despair. He had once been a man of faith, preaching the salvation that now felt hollow and distant, like a dream fading with dawn. "I wish I could believe," he grumbled, slamming the bottle down as if it were the cause of every torment. The weight of the world pressed on him, the belief in hell gnawing at his insides. He once thought of it as a warning, a guide to keep the wicked in check, but now? Now it was a specter clinging to his soul, whispering lies that wrapped around him like chains. "There's no escape," he muttered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. The storm outside roared, a thunderous chorus of chaos that seemed to reflect his turmoil. All around him, shadows flickered, and he imagined they were the lost souls of those he had failed to save, their faces twisted in agony, begging for release. "I remember," he began, leaning back in his chair, overwhelmed by the weight of every regret. "I remember the children in the streets, their eyes wide with fear. Did I do enough?" Clara and James, two souls tethered by grief and guilt, spun like moths caught in the flame of their beliefs. Clara, aching with the responsibility for her brother's choice, and James, haunted by the echoes of his empty sermons. Their stories intertwined, a thread of despair weaving through the fabric of the stormy night, a reminder that belief, so powerful, so intoxicating, could also be a prison. In that moment, Clara felt a flicker of hope igniting within her, a thin sliver of light piercing the suffocating darkness. "I can't let him be gone," she declared, her voice rising above the storm's cacophony. "I refuse to believe his suffering." The candles flickered as if in agreement, their flames dancing with her resolve. She stood, heart pounding, and faced the altar like it was a judge ready to deliver a verdict. But what if, she pondered, the hell they preached wasn't a fiery abyss? What if it was just the shadows of our regrets, lurking behind closed doors, waiting to consume us? What if, the thought hung in the air, electric with possibility? But fear clawed at her, a relentless beast, gnashing its teeth, insisting that the underworld was real, that it was her brother's fate. In his drunken stupor, James wrestled with his demons. He could feel their icy fingers creeping up his spine, tightening their grip. "What is hell but the absence of hope?" he cried out, his voice raw, trembling. "What is hell but the shadows we refuse to confront?" He hurled the bottle against the wall in a fit of rage, shattering it against the remnants of his shattered faith. The sound echoed, a gunshot in the silence, and for a moment, He felt free, unburdened by the chains of belief, the weight of guilt lifted. But freedom felt like a mirage, always just out of reach. "I remember the faces of the damned," he said, his voice softer now, a whisper against the storm. But were they really lost, or just trapped in their own minds? The question hung heavy, a specter of uncertainty. Was there a hell, or was it merely the cruel tapestry woven from the threads of their choices? Clara's heart raced as she recalled the stories her grandmother told her, tales of the underworld that danced on the edges of terror and hope. "The souls are just lost dreams," she murmured, grasping onto the thread of her grandmother's wisdom. "Maybe we can bring them back." She stepped toward the door, the storm a wild symphony urging her on, and as she crossed the threshold into the tempest outside, she felt a part of her stir, a hope ignited by her defiance. As the two figures, one cloaked in desperation, the other ignited by resolve, moved through the night, they were bound by a shared desperation, a shared belief that echoed through their very bones. Somewhere out there, beneath the swirling chaos of the storm, lay the answers they sought. And somewhere, perhaps, lay Marco, lost, yes, but not beyond saving. The storm howled on, the shadows danced, and the clock ticked on, each second a reminder that time was a fleeting thread, weaving their fates with every heartbeat. The confrontation loomed, dragging them toward an unknown climax, a reckoning with their beliefs, their fears, and their own haunted hearts. And as the night deepened, it became clear, this was merely the beginning, the first pulse of a tale that would resonate through eternity, its echoes never to be silenced. The air hung thick, heavy with an unshakable dread. I stood in the old church, its stained glass casting ghostly colors upon the stone floor. The candles flickered, shadows writhed, and the whispers of the past echoed off the walls. Outside, the night was a velvet shroud, swallowing the world whole, while inside, the flickering lights played tricks on our hearts. We were here for a reason. Sarah's father had passed just days ago, and the weight of grief bore down on us like a thick fog. Sarah paced, her breath shallow, her eyes wide and brimming with tears. Every heartbeat felt like a drum, reverberating through the silence as she whispered, "What if he's not really gone? What if he's waiting for me?" The way she clutched her mother's locket, a token of comfort now turned talisman, was heartbreaking. I remembered when we were kids, how we spoke of ghosts with wide-eyed wonder, never truly understanding the darkness that came with loss. Now, the shadows felt alive, hungry for our fears. Across the room, Ethan sat cross-legged, his fingers nervously tracing the lines of an ancient book he'd brought, an artifact of cultures interwoven, thick with dust and secrets. He was a skeptic, a believer in logic, yet even he couldn't shake the chill that curled around us. "Sarah, you can't seriously think you'll find him here," he said, though his voice trembled. "He's gone. You need to accept that." But we all knew that acceptance was a battlefield, and Sarah was losing the war. "Gone? Just like that?" Her voice broke, the rawness echoing between us. "We're taught to believe in something, aren't we? In reincarnation, in the afterlife?" I refused to let him fade into nothingness. The desperation in her words cut like glass, each shard slipping deeper into my heart. We had all been raised on stories of the afterlife, Hindu cycles of rebirth, the Christian promise of heaven, ancestral spirits guiding the living. Cultural syncretism danced around us, a tapestry of beliefs woven together in a way that blurred the lines of reality and fantasy. But in that moment, the blending of cultures felt both beautiful and grotesque. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, how she believed the spirits of her people lived among the stars. "They are watching, waiting," she'd say with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like the cosmos. I wanted to believe that too, but here, in this dimly lit church, the cosmos felt like a cruel joke. Ethan flipped through the pages, the old paper crackling under his fingertips. "Look at these beliefs," he muttered, almost to himself. "These cultures, different yet the same. They all seek comfort in the unknown." The candlelight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced on the walls like wailing spirits, and for a moment, I felt as if they were listening, waiting for us to crack the code of the universe. But what if the code was broken? What if our souls were mere echoes, fading with every heartbeat? "Sarah," I whispered, stepping closer, "what if he's not waiting? What if he's moved on? What if, the thought hung heavy between us, a noose tightening around her heart. She recoiled, eyes flaring with defiance, and I felt a pang of guilt. Who was I to diminish her hope? To suggest her father was just gone? I can't lose him, she shouted, her voice reverberating through the hollow space. The walls seemed to shudder, the air thickening with unresolved grief. I remembered her laughter, bright and pure, a dazzling contrast to the haunting stillness that now enveloped us. How had we come to this? I won't let him be just a memory, she continued, her voice trembling. I want to talk to him. Ethan's fingers stilled, a sudden realization crossing his features. You can't just summon the dead, Sarah. You don't know what you're playing with. Panic spread across his face, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The stories warned of the dangers of tampering with the unknown, a thin veil separating us from the dark. Death was not merely a transition, it was a threshold, and we were not equipped for what lay on the other side. But Sarah, her resolve hardening, turned to the altar, her face illuminated by flickering candlelight, shadows dancing across her features like whispers of the past. I need to try, she said, her voice stronger now, filled with a fierce determination. If there's even a chance. I owe him that. There was something terrifying in her conviction, something that made the air electric, drawing us into her orbit like moths to a flame. Life isn't fair, Sarah. I shouted, the words bursting forth before I could stop them, each syllable a plea, a desperate attempt to pull her back from the edge. You're chasing a mirage. What if he's not there? What if you open a door that can't be closed? The weight of my own fears came crashing down. I could see it in her eyes, this was about more than her father. It was about loss, about love, about the damnable human need to cling to what we cannot hold. The shadows seemed to deepen, whispering secrets we dared not uncover. I could feel the room vibrating with tension, the very atmosphere charged as Sarah invoked the names of her ancestors, her voice rising and falling like the tide. They live on, she murmured, a mantra in the dark. They live on in us. The candles flickered violently, and for a moment, I thought I saw them, the silhouettes of those who had walked before us, blurred and haunting, caught in the interplay of light and shadow. Stop! Ethan's voice cracked with desperation, but it was too late. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of the unspoken. I felt their gaze, those who existed in the liminal space between life and death, watching, waiting. My heart raced, I was trapped in a web of conflicting beliefs, a tapestry woven from myths that felt as real as the ground beneath us. And then, a sound, a low hum, like a chant from the abyss, reverberating through our bones. The candles blew out, plunging us into darkness. The silence was suffocating, filled with the weight of unfulfilled promises and lingering questions. In that moment, I was lost, not just in the chaos surrounding us but in the very essence of what we believed. It was all twisted together, the hope, the fear, the desperation, and the love, each thread a lifeline that bound us to an uncertain fate. The world outside faded into a distant memory, the cosmos holding its breath as we stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. I could feel the pulse of existence, the thin veil between life and what lay beyond, trembling under the weight of our longing. And as the darkness pressed in, I realized something profound. In this night, in this sacred space where cultures collided, we became part of a deeper narrative, a swirling dance of life, death, and everything in between that echoed through the ages, shaping our beliefs, our hopes, and our fears. And so, we stood, teetering on the edge of understanding, caught in the tumult of our own existence, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life, forever intertwined with the whispers of the past, as the night crept in around us, promising answers that might never come. The wind howled like a lost soul, its icy fingers clawing at the shadows of the ancient graveyard. I could almost hear the whispers of those who lay beneath the cracked stone slabs, their secrets buried deep yet somehow echoing through time. Each gust sent shivers down my spine, a chilling reminder that the past is never truly dead. I stood there, heart racing, the weight of grief pressing against my chest like a boulder, as I watched Lena kneel before a weathered tombstone, her fingers tracing the letters of a name long forgotten. "I can't believe you're gone," she murmured, the tremor in her voice a haunting melody that pulled at my very core. Tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening like dew in the pale moonlight. The raw agony of her loss seeped into the ground, mixing with the earth, and for a moment, I felt her pain as if it were my own. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that the rituals we had prepared were not just ceremonial, they were powerful, a bridge to a world where the dead could still speak, still guide. But there was Jake, lurking behind me, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, shoulders tight with conflict. A part of him believed in the afterlife, in the idea that our souls danced amidst the stars, while the other half scoffed at the thought. He was lost, caught in a web of uncertainty, and I couldn't help but feel the tension pulsing between us. I glanced at him, but his gaze was fixed on the shadows of the tombstones, his jaw clenched like a drawbridge ready to raise. "Why do we even bother?" he spat out suddenly, eyes glinting dangerously in the moonlight. "It's not like they can hear us. They're gone, Lena." Just like that. His words struck me like a slap, igniting a fire in my chest. I wanted to scream, to shake him until he understood that rituals were more than mere theatrics. They were threads woven into the fabric of existence, binding us to those who had walked before us. I remember my grandmother's voice, soft yet strong, recounting stories of ancestors whose spirits danced with her as she lit candles at dusk. "They watch over us," she had whispered, her eyes twinkling with belief. "They guide us." But now I could only see the flicker of doubt in Jake's expression. "What if there's nothing?" he challenged, his voice a low growl. "What if it's just darkness? Just nothingness?" The thought clawed at me. Darkness. Nothingness. I felt the cold tendrils of despair wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each beat. What if he was right? What if all those rituals we had learned, the incantations, the offerings, the sacred dances, were nothing but echoes of our own desperation to cling to a belief in continuity? Yet Lena rose from the grave, her breath hitching as she turned to face us. "You don't understand," she said fiercely, her sorrow transforming into resolve. "These rituals connect us to them. They remind us we're not alone. I refuse to believe that they're just gone. Their spirits linger here, watching, waiting." Her voice rang through the night, a symphony that resonated with my own convictions. But I could feel Jake's skepticism, a heavy cloud swirling around him, threatening to drown us all. "But what if you're wrong?" he shot back, his words like ice shards. "What if they can't hear us? What if it's just us talking to shadows?" I could see the shadows of uncertainty flickering in his eyes, and my heart ached for him. How many nights had he lain awake, wrestling with the questions that haunted him? How many moments had he shunned the possibility of transcendence, afraid of what lies beyond? I wanted to reach out, to pull him from the depths of his despair, but the distance between us felt insurmountable. "Maybe we're just trying to fool ourselves," he continued, voice strained, the rawness of his fear laid bare. "Maybe it's all just a way to cope with the inevitable." The word struck me like a blade, piercing through the facade of faith I had clung to. I remember standing at my mother's grave, the chill of the earth beneath my feet, and the feeling of abandonment wrapping around me like a shroud. The rituals we had performed, lighting candles, whispering prayers, had felt like clinging to a lifeline in a turbulent sea. But what if even that was an illusion? "Lena," I whispered, my voice cracking, "what if we're just performing for ourselves? What if it's all in our heads?" Her eyes widened, the flickering flame of hope dimming. For a moment, I saw the flicker of doubt in her, the same uncertainty that had plagued Jake. The three of us were tangled in a web of fear, love, and the desperate need for connection. The night thickened, swallowing us in its darkness, the wind howling as though echoing our fears. But even in that oppressive silence, something stirred within me. I knew there was power in our shared grief, in the rituals passed down through generations. They were anchors in the storm, symbols of our unyielding love for those who had slipped through the veil. Each candle flickered with the memories of laughter, warmth, and stories that refused to die. As we stood there, three souls intertwined by loss and uncertainty, I could feel the tension crackling around us like electricity, a storm brewing on the horizon. In that moment, I realized that the connection between our rituals and the afterlife was not merely a question of belief, it was an unbreakable bond that tied us to those we loved. The past, present, and future swirled together in a chaotic dance, and we were part of it, clinging to the hope that love transcends the boundaries of existence. But as the night deepened, the shadows around us grew darker, more ominous, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting just beyond the veil, waiting for us to make our choice. What would we choose? Faith or fear? Hope or despair? And as I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation loomed ahead, and the night had only just begun to unfold its chilling narrative. The clock struck midnight, and the world held its breath. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, weaving secrets into the corners of the room. Outside, the wind howled like a distant lover, rattling the bones of the ancient house, while inside, the air was thick with an unspeakable tension, a palpable fear that clung to the walls like cobwebs. I stood there, heart pounding as if it were trying to break free from the cage of my ribcage. The echoes of my sister's laughter still haunted the cold, empty halls. I remember how she used to saunter in and fill the space with light, how her joy was a balm to my conflicted soul. Now, her absence was a gaping wound, a silence that screamed louder than thunder. Lucas, the man I loved, or perhaps merely clung to out of desperation, was pacing like a caged animal, his hands trembling as he ran them through his disheveled hair. There was a storm raging inside him, and I felt every wave crash against my heart. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now held a darkness that frightened me. "We can't keep doing this," he whispered, his voice a broken melody. It cut through the night, a knife slicing through the thick veil of unspoken truths. "I remember," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "when we thought we could change the world together. When we believed redemption was within our grasp." The words hung in the air like ghosts, palpable and haunting, echoing memories of better days. But now, those dreams lay scattered like autumn leaves, brittle and lifeless. "Redemption," he scoffed, the contempt lacing his tone sending shivers down my spine. "What have we even done to deserve it?" His gaze was fierce, almost accusatory, as if he held me responsible for the sins we both carried. I knew he was right. We were two flawed souls, standing on the precipice of despair, and the abyss called out to us with promises of release. In that moment, I remembered the stories my grandmother used to weave, a patchwork of hope and despair, of gods and ghosts wandering through the fog of time. In our beliefs, she would say, redemption is a dance, a waltz between light and darkness. It is not a destination, it's how we move through the shadows. I felt that dance now, the rhythm of our hearts echoing the ancient tales. But in the heat of our crisis, the music had turned discordant, a cacophony of regrets and fears. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted. The walls seemed to close in around us, suffocating our shared dreams. I reached out to touch Lucas' arm, but he flinched away, the rejection slicing deeper than any blade. I was drowning in the tide of our unresolved emotions, gasping for air, and yet, I couldn't look away from the abyss in his eyes. "I remember," I said, desperation clawing at my throat, "the nights we spent beneath the stars, dreaming of a future that felt so close we could almost taste it. When did we let the world turn us to stone?" He stood silent, the weight of our unfulfilled promises hanging heavily between us. I could hear the clock ticking, the relentless march of time, each tick a reminder of what was lost, of dreams fading like wisps of smoke in the cold air. The moon cast a pale glow, illuminating the path that lay before us, a path filled with choices, each one a potential redemption or a deeper fall into darkness. "Do you believe in second chances?" he asked suddenly, his voice cracking like ice underfoot. The vulnerability in his question curled around me, igniting a flicker of hope within the despair. "I want to," I replied, my breath hitching. "But it feels like we're running from ghosts, Lucas. Every step forward leads us back to the same haunting memories." The room swelled with memories, of laughter, of love, of pain, but they were ghosts now, echoes of a life we once imagined. I could see them lurking in the shadows, whispering doubts and fears, each one casting a pall over the flickering flame of hope we clung to. "Let's fight," I pleaded, urgency bleeding through my words. "For those who've lost their way, for those who believe in something, anything, beyond this." He paused, and for a heartbeat, I saw the man I once knew flicker through the stormy facade. The moment hung there, suspended in time, a fragile thread connecting our fractured souls. Hope surged within me like a tidal wave, threatening to drown out the despair. But then, the moment shattered, and the shadows closed in once more. "What if redemption is just a myth?" he muttered, his voice a haunted whisper. "What if we're just chasing phantoms in the night?" The weight of his words pressed down on me, a leaden weight in my chest. I wanted to scream, to push against the walls he had built around his heart, but I felt them closing in on my own as well. "Maybe," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside, "but even myths can guide us if we let them. They remind us of our humanity, of our flaws. They teach us to rise after we fall." And just like that, it was as if the universe held its breath. The room pulsed with our shared pain and flickers of hope, weaving a tapestry of what we could become, if only we dared to embrace it. As the clock continued its relentless ticking, I felt the tension shift, a crack forming in the darkness. The confrontation we both feared loomed ahead, and yet, in that moment, I realized we were not merely trapped, we were alive. Alive in the struggle, alive in the fight for our souls. The night stretched on, a swirling vortex of emotion and uncertainty, with the promise of something more woven into the very fabric of our beings. And in that space, between fear and hope, we stood on the brink of our own redemption, waiting for dawn to break, for the first light to spill over the horizon, illuminating the shadows and whispering the possibility of a new beginning. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a death knell. A chill snaked through the alley, wrapping around Marcus's throat, tightening like a noose. He stumbled, a crumpled note clutched in his hand, ink smudged by the rain that fell like tears from a grieving sky. "Meet me at the edge of the underworld," it read. His heart raced, pounding against his chest, a war drum heralding a battle he was too tired to fight. I remember the whispers of the past, the shadows that danced along the cobblestones, beckoning him closer to the edge of the abyss. Just a few blocks away, Lydia stood, her silhouette framed by the flickering light of a solitary street lamp. She was everything and nothing, life incarnate but shrouded in the grief of lost dreams. Her eyes, once vibrant, now bore the weight of hellish secrets, secrets about both Roman myths and modern faith that twisted her soul. "Marcus," she breathed, her voice a fragile whisper that cut through the night. "You can't go down there. You don't understand." But he did. Oh, he did. He felt it in his bones, the pull of forgotten gods and the specters of old fears. The ghosts of the Roman underworld haunted him, Charon waiting at the river, the flickering flames of dispromising eternal damnation. Yet, just beyond that shadow lay the whispers of Christian hell, a place where the soul was tormented, where the silence screamed louder than any wail. "I have to, Lydia. I can't let them take you." The desperation hung thick in the air, choking him. She flinched, her hand gripping the edge of the lamp post as if it were her only tether to reality. "Marcus, I'm already lost." The words pierced him, a sharp blade cutting through the fog of his own fears. He remembered the day she had laughed, a sound like sunlight breaking through the darkest clouds. He remembered the way her laughter died the moment she learned of her brother's death, swallowed by the fires of despair that raged like an inferno in her heart. Time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, and he felt the weight of eternity press down on him, unyielding. The past was a relentless specter, and memories twisted into a grotesque tapestry of grief and regret. "What if there's nothing for us?" he whispered, the question hanging heavy between them. "What if the underworld is just an echo of our fears?" She shook her head, tears glistening like stars caught in the web of night. "Maybe that's all we ever have, echoes. And they haunt us." A gust of wind swept through the alley, carrying with it a haunting melody, the lament of souls long gone. It echoed stories of torment, tales of lost loves and shattered dreams. Marcus felt the chill seep into his bones. He didn't want to go. He wanted to run back to the comforts of the mundane, the smell of coffee brewing at dawn, the warmth of a hand held in friendship. Instead, the pull of the underworld grew stronger, an insatiable beast clawing at his insides. "Marcus," Lydia's voice was filled with urgency. "You can't change what's already been written in the stars. Don't let your heart lead you to despair." Yet despair was a familiar companion, a shadow that loomed larger with every heartbeat. "And what if I can change it? What if I can save you?" The words felt like a lie, but they hung in the air, a fragile hope clinging to the edges of a dark abyss. There was a rustle behind them, a whisper that rattled the bones of the universe. It felt as if time had paused, suspended in the heartbeat of fear. From the gloom, a figure emerged, a gaunt silhouette cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting like embers in the dark. Marcus's blood turned to ice, a surge of primal terror washing over him. "Lydia," he choked out, grasping her arm. "We have to go." But she stood frozen, rooted in place, as the figure moved closer, its voice like gravel scraping against the walls of his mind. "You seek to defy what has been ordained, but the past cannot be unraveled like a simple thread." The figure, no, the embodiment of forgotten souls, was a reminder that the Roman underworld and Christian hell were not distant myths, they bled into the present, their roots entwined in the fabric of reality. Marcus felt the walls of the alley close in, shadows closing like a vice around his heart. "Each choice you make seals another fate," it murmured, and with every syllable, the darkness pulsed, alive and hungry. "What will you choose, Marcus? To plunge into the depths or to remain forever tethered to this fleeting existence?" Lydia's eyes widened, fear mingling with something more profound, a yearning for release. "No," she cried, but her voice faltered. The weight of the choices they faced pressed down, each one an anchor dragging them closer to the void. "I remember when we believed in light," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "when hope felt infinite. Can we find that again?" But the hours slipped away, and with them, the fragments of their dreams. The abyss beckoned, its call irresistible, as Marcus felt the ground beneath tremble. The churning eddies of fate twisted around them, and he knew, he felt, that to confront the future was to wrestle with shadows. "Lydia," he pleaded, his heart racing, "let's not be bound by what they say we should fear. Let's carve our own path." But her face was a portrait of desolation, the ghosts of despair dancing behind her eyes. "And what if our path leads only to ashes?" As he stood on the precipice of choice, the night seemed to hold its breath, the universe waiting, watching. The longing for salvation pulsed in his veins, entwined with the terror of losing everything. The figure loomed closer, shadows swirling, a laughter full of anguish that echoed like an ancient curse. "Choose wisely, for the future of your beliefs is forged in the fires of your choices." In that moment, the weight of eternity lay upon them. Marcus felt the world tilt, the ground beneath shifting as if it could swallow them whole. And the darkness whispered, beckoning him to the edge, to the heart of despair, the Roman underworld entwined with the unforgiving flames of Christian hell, an endless cycle of torment and hope. "Will you dare to step into the unknown?" the figure taunted, the shadows dancing like flames. A chill ran through him, but with it came a flicker of resolve. The air was thick with uncertainty, dreams unfulfilled, and yet, against the ominous pull of the abyss, he felt fire alight within him. He couldn't turn back, the choice loomed before him, and it was time to face the shadows head-on. "Together," he whispered, the word fluttering between them like a fragile moth drawn to a flame. But as he reached for Lydia, the ground shook, the shadows surged, and the future loomed large, dark and uncertain, filled with echoes of past choices, waiting to be born anew.